Good afternoon. The December 1st, 2022 meeting of the Oklahoma City Board of Adjustment is called to order. Mike Voorhees, our chairman, is unable to attend today's meeting. My name is Kitty Asbury, and I will be acting as chairman for this meeting. I would like to welcome our two new members who were sworn in earlier today, Mr. Don Noble and Mr. Roberto Ceda. Congratulations, gentlemen. For those of you out there today, there are 49 items on the agenda requiring a separate vote. Of that number, 42 are related to home sharing. When the clerk calls your name, your case, please come to the podium and state your name and address. Board members may ask you additional questions about your request. If there are protesters present who would like to speak against a matter, please wait until you are asked to speak, then come to the front of the room and stand at the podium. When asked, please state your name and address. For members of the public who choose to speak on an application, please remember to direct all comments and questions to the members of the board, rather than the protesters or the applicant. The chair, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to receive the minutes of the October 20th, 2022 meeting. Board members, as a rule, you don't have to be present in order to make a motion or vote on the motion. So may I please have a motion to receive the minutes of the October the 20th, 2022 meeting?
Give a motion to receive the minutes. Second.
There's been a motion and a second to receive the minutes. All those in favor, please cast your votes. I'm sorry. I'm so used to doing meetings from not this kind of stuff. Mine is not showing. Oh, it just did. Okay, motion passed. Thank you, gentlemen. Because the board did not meet on November the 3rd of 2022, the meeting was canceled. Therefore, there are no minutes to receive. At this time, I would like to ask if there are any requests for continuance or withdrawal of application by staff, applicants, or the public.
Staff has two today. Item 10, case 15-142, and item 18, 15-148. Both of those have been withdrawn.
Do we have to make a motion to accept that? We don't have to do anything else after that? Oh, okay.
You make a vote on those two.
Okay, thank you. So do we do the consent docket? No? Oh, okay, so, yeah, they were withdrawn. Okay, thank you. No. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and go with the items that are on the agenda. Once again, after your case is called, please let us know if you are present, and if you are, come to the podium, state your name, and then you'll go and tell us a little bit about your case. And I just want to reiterate that board members may choose to ask you some questions. However, at this time, if there are protesters against any case, you will come up and speak afterwards. So at this time, I would like to ask the clerk to call the first case.
First item for public hearing is item 1, case 15-149, request of Julie Miller on behalf of Ten Rock Holdings for a variance to the parking and landscape regulations at 1008 West Main Street.
Hi, I'm Julie Miller, owner of Ten Rock Holdings, and we have the building there at 1008 West Main, and we're requesting a variance for parking and landscape and irrigation because there's no place to put parking on that lot.
So before you move forward, would you please state your address?
Oh, 1008 West Main, Oklahoma City.
Thank you. We'd like to hear a little bit about your case and why you're requesting.
Okay, so the building is basically built out to the lot lines through on the space. And I guess there's an ordinance that requires parking. And we just can't accommodate that on that lot.
So, Ms. Miller, I have read your case, and according to what I've read, you're asking for a variance,
Yes, ma'am.
and because of the uniqueness of this area, and because you can't do too much more to alleviate the hardship that you may face, then I can see why you're here today. So at this point, I would like to ask the board members if you have any questions that you would like to ask Ms. Miller.
Yeah, so they're asking, they need 34 parking spaces? 34 more or 34 in general?
We're asking for a variance for none because there isn't any space on the lot to put parking.
So do they park on there right now? I know there's.
I mean, there's a little bit of a gravel patch in the back, but we don't have the right-of-way to that. We don't own from the alley to that spot.
And on the
and
east
so
side of the
parking-
building, along the outside where it's gravel right now?
Parking is on the street, or there's the parking garage that's in the West Village, right, kind of adjacent to it.
Yeah, it's just a pre-existing building that was built years ago prior to current parking and landscaping requirements. And it's 34 total. They're adding a retail use, which increases the parking slightly.
And again, because of that, with the building being built back in 1903, we understand that the coatings were different at that time. And again, because of the uniqueness of everything, then that's why I wanted to make sure our other board members wanted to understand why you are up here today asking for the variance.
Okay.
What are your changing operations?
I'm sorry?
So what is it currently, or how are you shifting as far as operations, as
It
far as
was
commercial?
a warehouse and it was a manufacturer for glass, and the bottom was a garage space, and the upstairs were offices. There's 11 offices upstairs. And we're taking the downstairs space and turning it into a small retail boutique. So it'd be about 3,000 square feet, including warehouse and that. And then the offices will remain upstairs.
Are there any other questions?
I don't think so. Have you tried reaching out to the owner for that gravel area?
I am the owner of that small gravel area. There's the triangle spot that's in the very back
Right.
of that, that's the access to that gravel area, and that's owned by the Department of Transportation. It was former rail, where the railway went through, and I actually tried to buy it. So we would have, like right-of-way onto that, legal right-of-way to that gravel spot. And it has to go through such a process and be appraised, and that wasn't even an option to purchase it from the state.
The only reason I ask is because I took a look around, and it looks like there probably are quite a bit of variances from the 34 parking spot requirement, but everyone does kind of have paved parking in the areas, even if limited, so I didn't know if, initially I thought that you owned that additional area, but from looking at it, you just own that strip that goes north-south.
The strip, the strip.
I don't have any more questions.
No more questions? Is there anyone present who is opposing the variance that would like to speak? Seeing that there are none, board members, I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the request from the variance for the 34 parking space requirement as in the application.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve case number 15149 on the grounds that it meets the request for a variance to the parking and landscaping. All those in favor, please cast your vote. Motion passed. Ms. Miller, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 2 is case 15168, request of Ted Whitna for variance to the architectural regulations of the C3 district at 5801 Southwestern Avenue.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Kent Whitna, Ted's brother. I live at 13105 Vinehaven Boulevard. Thanks for hearing our motion today. I'm third generation owner of Capitol Hill Florist. We own the property adjacent to the subject property, built there in 1964. Been doing business in Oklahoma City since 1932. We've been blessed with an increase in business and tremendous growth over the last few decades, and so we're needing to expand. So we purchased this subject property in January of this year. It had fallen into a state of disrepair, and I have a picture if you don't. We began to put together a plan for the property, which would include a new break room, 2 new bathrooms, office, and an enhanced delivery area with an additional walk-in cooler. This large space will also allow us to load and house all of our delivery vehicles, allowing us to protect our products from the elements as well as our vans from theft and vandalism. In the process of planning, my brother, who's the contractor for the construction, made a quick call downtown to permits, gave them the address, and they said we were good to go for metal buildings. So we proceeded to do some planning. And since we had paid a slight premium for the subject property, we decided to go with metal fascia because it was more economical and it was very well suited to our needs. We believe what we were planning will beautify the area and is definitely a huge improvement over the previous structure. Our plans provide for a 20-foot tall building on the south, which is the far end of that blue, down to a 4-foot height on the north. The metal fascia will primarily be taupe color with white accents on the gutters, downspouts, and trim. Garage doors will coordinate with this scheme, and in addition, we plan to put a 4-foot wainscot of split block around the perimeter of the building. We think these color choices coordinate together very well and will be a much-needed improvement to the property. And it's our opinion that the requirement to fully brick the outside would actually be more unsightly at that height compared to our plan, in addition to the added expense. As far as recent construction in the area, both the Spin City and Joe Cooper Auto are the most recent new construction in the area, and they're a block away from the subject site, and both are metal fascia. Thank you for your consideration.
Is there any concern that the buildings are not going to match?
I'm sorry.
The current existing building that's next door and you're wanting to add on, is there any concern that you're going to have basically one storefront with 2 different buildings that do not match?
No, we analyzed whether we wanted to go back that's actually cinder block structure that we've had there since '64 with a black metal roof. We wanted to do something a little bit different, a little more modern, let it stand out a little bit on its own. It's a separate structure. It's not going to have any retail in or out. It's simply a garage.
How much would it be to make it match as far as breaking the outside?
We did not. I have not totally priced out the brick of the outside or doing cinder block to match. I do have a picture of what we kind of represent what we kind of want to do. It's not the exact picture. But.
That's nice. Are the other buildings in the area made out of the same type of the materials that you're requesting?
There are. The last 2 buildings built in the area were made out of metal fascia with no wainscot.
Okay. So basically, you're trying to give it that new look that you're wanting to create for that area.
Yeah, I think the colors we picked out, along with the wainscot, gives it a modern look. Along with the single slanted roof, kind of gives it a modern edge, and will be suited to our use very well, also.
And quite frankly, I believe the type of materials that you're wanting to use will be a greater investment for you over the metal and the wood. And of course, in your application, it stated that it will cost you an additional $25,000 if you were to go that route.
Yes, that was our estimate.
Any other questions?
The intent is for there not to be metal buildings by the ordinance in this location, right? And even though this has a wainscoting, the front fascia, I would think that it, for me personally, in my vote, it would need to match more with the existing building. I just think that the other ones, the other buildings that you brought up, they are more metal cladded with it just doesn't look exactly like a metal building, which this looks like a lot like a metal building because that's what the structure is.
Well, it's my understanding that the ordinance was originally put in place because they didn't want people just throwing up any kind of metal building. This is a metal building that we've thought out, planned, and we've put some modern edge to it as well as the wainscot. Color, we didn't pick the cheapest color. We picked out some nice colors that we think coordinate really nice and obviously look better than what was there.
So could you please tell us the difference between metal fascia and the metal that's currently on the other buildings?
To my knowledge, there's not a difference. I mean, I'm not a metal expert, so I don't know. We did pick out certain colors and things that we thought would go well.
Yes. And the only reason I asked the question because my husband works in that area and it's not really that much variance. So I do know that. And quite frankly, as one member, I think it will still fit in with the rest of the buildings that are currently there. And hopefully others will come forward and want to do some renovations as well.
Well, there's an AutoZone across the street this way, Spin City's on the other side that way, and then Joe Cooper's right there. We own the property back on that side, right next to it.
Any other questions, board members? Are there any opposers out there that would like to come forth and speak? Seeing that there are none, board members, I would like to entertain a motion.
Staff's recommended to approve.
Sorry.
Staff is recommended to approve this.
We really don't make recommendation of approval or denial. We'll point out the favorable and unfavorable. I can tell you the other buildings in the area were, especially the Spin City was a recent variance from the board.
Yeah. But I
The
mean,
additional thing I'll say is
architecturally,
that-
the Spin City building compared to this building, it's substantially different.
They definitely look different. I think ours, for one thing, ours is gonna be 20-foot tall. We feel like 20-foot tall, stacked to brick, a 20-foot wall of brick, we don't feel like it's gonna look that great. We think having the contrast between the wainscot and the different colors of the metal, along with the two garage doors on each side, will all come together very nicely. I mean, we've been there since '64. We're not trying to put up a trash structure. We want to put up something that's useful, also economical, so we can continue doing business in Oklahoma City.
Current building not completely brick though?
Pardon me?
Is your current building not completely brick?
It is, the current building is cinder block with metal fascia roof. It was built in '64. Front windows along the front, showroom windows, right on Western.
I speak for myself, but I think one of my concerns is once we, and you cited already other constructions, once we allow one variance, it's going to kind of snowball over time. Everyone's going to start pointing when the original intent was not to have any metal. So I think that is one of my concerns as to
I
where we're
don't think the
headed.
original intent was no metal. I think the original intent was metal. They wanted you guys to approve the metal that was going into that area. It wasn't saying no metal. They just wanted, you know, I know you have another Spin City coming up here today, so we've been a good citizen business right there since 1964. We're trying to expand and improve our business.
Yeah, what drove the initial ordinance to prohibit metal was we were seeing just your typical industrial style corrugated flat or low pitch roof buildings being built in commercial and office districts. So the council just adopted an ordinance to prohibit all metal. And since that time, metal's changed a lot. I mean, you have architectural metal, but the ordinance just catches all metal. So we have to look at them kind of on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
have a
And
lot
I
of
think that was my
alums.
point against the laundromat and the architectural metal that they were showing, and this being actual facade of a metal building. And it, again, this is my first meeting, so understand that. But to go on a variance like this, I just feel like maybe, and I hate to do this to you, but ask for a continuance so that maybe we can,
Okay,
Talk
well,
amongst
we're
yourselves.
already continued since November because there was no meeting. We applied for a permit in April. We were trying to be open by Valentine's Day, and it looks like it's not going to happen, so. We're not going to build something next to us that doesn't look right, doesn't look good.
So the two other structures, Spin City and Joe Cooper,
Right?
which are located close to your facility,
That building there and the one just down to a little bit further, there's, right, no, in that parking lot.
yes. They're constructed of the newer products that are out there on the market
It's
now.
those two right above your fingers and then right above that, both.
Oh, I
excuse me.
have it here.
Gosh.
I have it here on my paper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they're constructed of the newer materials that are out there now. So again, as JJ was stating, and I'm just talking, as JJ was stating, the old ordinance was based upon A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The new one, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So therefore, consideration can be given to that when the decision is being made by the members. So do you want to move this later and think about it, or do you want to do a continuance?
I mean, I'm for a continuance, and I know, like I said, it's a hardship on you, but I think I need more information. We haven't even been able to discuss it with staff, so sorry about that, but
Is this corrugated or is these flat metal panels?
I have a
Standing
similar
seam.
picture. It's not the actual picture, but
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's corrugated. Here.
We will have 5 members, I believe, present in the next meeting, correct? We'll see. All right.
for those of you who haven't been in the area, which I assume most of you haven't lately, I'm there every day. This is going to be the nicest looking building on the street. We've got an abandoned theater across the street. We've got semi-abandoned commercial structures 2 blocks down. We've got other metal buildings that have been improved. I'm there every day. We have 20 employees, 4 vans running every day.
I think, that, just my personal opinion, I think that you do need 3 yes votes. So you need a unanimous vote of yeses today, and I'm thinking maybe in your best interest to go ahead and wait 1 more month until there's a full panel in order to try to secure that.
Instead of getting denied.
So I think that you should continue it until the next meeting.
So,
Can't hear.
Winthnam, is it pronounced Winthnam?
Whitna.
Mr. Winthnam, what I'm hearing the other 2 board members saying that they would like for this case to be continued.
Okay.
And our next meeting is scheduled for the 5th of January, 2023. So we'll have further discussions on this matter with hopefully the other board members as well. And when you come back on that date,
We will.
we'll have a decision for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We need a motion.
Oh, excuse me, so I need to have a motion to continue it until January the 5th, 2023? And
propose-
excuse me, a motion to continue case number 15168 until our next meeting.
I will just say before you vote on continuance, this also is going to push my interest rate up and everything else. It's already been pushed up since April that we've been trying to build this building, and it's going to cost me even more money if I have to brick it plus the interest rate. He's mentioned the purpose of what the statute or whatever the requirement was in the beginning, and it's different now. I'd like you to reconsider the continuance and discuss whether you'd vote this yes today, because like I said, we started this in April, bought the property in January. We're going to be a year before we get our permit if we have to wait till January.
So, sir, for the record, I'm only one board member, and because it does require 3 votes, unfortunately, we're going to have to continue it once we see what the motion reveals. So again, I need a motion and a second to continue case number 15168 until January the 5th, 2023.
I'll second.
So will that pass or no? So motion failed. We need another motion.
I guess motion to approve case number 15168 pursuant to the application.
I can't second or do anything.
Second.
So there has been a motion and second to approve case number 15168 on the grounds that it meets the statutory requirements for a variance. All those, please cast your votes. Mine is not populating, but I. Okay.
He was deliberating. So, did you vote no? Okay,
So, again, because of the failure, sir, we're going to have to do a continuance
Okay.
for January the 5th.
Okay,
yes.
thanks.
Was I supposed to vote yay? Was I supposed to vote yes?
You can vote. You can vote. Anyone.
Wait a minute, excuse, one second, please. Did the gentleman leave? Wait just 1 second, please. So y'all voted to accept it, right?
No, he voted no.
No and no?
Voted no, and he voted yes.
Okay,
So it
so
was
that's,
carried.
okay,
It was
okay,
good.
okay. I'm so sorry, my mistake.
Okay, item 3, case 15169, request of Glenn Mead for a variance to the accessory building regulations at 6415 Southeast 161st Court.
Good afternoon, my name is Glenn Mead. I live at 6415 Southeast 161st Court. This is my wife.
Good afternoon. My name is Delana Robertson Mead, and I also live at 6415 Southeast 161st Court, Oklahoma City 73165. This is our primary residence. It's our home. We've lived there for, 12, 13 years now, and we are planning to build an outbuilding for storage for vehicles, lawnmowers, seasonal items, et cetera. The variance that we are requesting today is to the rule that states that the front of the outbuilding must be in line with or behind the back line of the home. Because we live on a pie-shaped, triangular-shaped lot, it makes it a little difficult. We also have a lot of existing structures, including a play area, a fenced-in pool, and quite a few existing trees, as well as a septic spray area where we cannot build. So we really have about 2 options for where we can build. And one of those, if we comply with the rule of having it start behind the back of our home, will lead us to have a lot of our yard paved. which is both an expense, but it also makes it where we lose the use of that portion of our yard, which we would rather not do. It's also the area that we could build that would be compliant has a lot more change in elevation than the flatter area where we would like to build, which is right next to our home. As you can see in this diagram, we want the outbuilding front to be kind of about halfway up the side of the house. And that would allow us to have a lot less pavement, as well as build on a much flatter area, so there would be less dirt work, and we're somewhat concerned about if we had to add a lot of dirt, what the water runoff might be, both for us and our neighbors, and it also will allow us easier access to the outbuilding for the long haul. We don't believe that there is any reason that this would negatively impact our neighbors. We did submit our plans to our homeowners association, and that was approved. We also consulted with the neighbor that's immediately northwest of that line. So the only neighbor that really will see it or have anything to do with it, and they were okay with it. So that helped us feel good about that. There are 2 existing variations in our neighborhood of this type. One, I believe, was due to medical concerns, and the other one was due to a change in elevation where it was difficult for them to do that, so it would not be unprecedented in our neighborhood. Also, there are 2 corrections that are needed to the packet. So one is, it shows a 25-foot offset from the fence line / property line. It would actually be 15. We have a PUD in our neighborhood, and so there was a corrected one updated that was submitted, but we couldn't delete this one. It was added in error, but I believe they have the corrected documents that we submitted a while back. And then also, my husband's name has 2 N's on it, if that needs to be accurate. And we would like to thank the board for your time.
So, Ms. Mead, the beauty of the beast about your application is that it's located on a cul-de-sac, which is very good for
Yes.
you. And also, all of the other good things that you've noted, that it would reduce the amount of land being paved over and increase the amount of usable land. So I see those as idealistic things when you're asking for a variance of this form. Board members, you have any comments, questions, or anything?
The fact that you reached out to your neighbors and the HOA both approved it, I think, has led me to be in acceptance of it also.
Yes, and the homeowners association. So you did a lot of work prior to coming here. Mr. Cedar?
No, I think that the HOA, thank you for mentioning that, but for that, I had a lot of questions. But if they have approved it and they're good with it, then I don't have any questions.
Okay, is there anyone present who opposes the application? Seeing that there are none, board members, I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15169.
For the reason that it meets
For the
Statutory.
reason that it meets the statutory
Requirements for variance.
requirements for the variance.
I'll second whenever that comes up.
Cast your votes. Vote pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I was going to be iffy on that one, too.
Item 4 is case 15186, request of Holly Hunt on behalf of Spin City Laundry for a variance to the architectural regulations at 4702 Northwest 23rd Street.
Hello, everyone. We bring a proposal today seeking a variance to the metal cladding issue, which we've discussed at length, so I think we're all ready to discuss the Spin City proposal. I would agree with J.J. Chambliss, as well as Board Member Ashbury, that there are a lot of new and beautiful architectural cladding out there, all of which we're employing in this proposal, as well as finished edging and raised parapets to hide any type of prefab look. I do agree that this ordinance was dedicated and aimed directly at industrial prefabricated metal building structures. We've taken great care architecturally to ensure that this is not just your typical metal building. It is a high-end architectural approach to commercial buildings. I also brought with me today an example of a previously approved, actually this board has approved 2 different prototype locations of the same design and finishes. I've brought pictures if you would like to see of the finished Classen location. We have multiple colors on the building and multiple different corrugations, a wave corrugation that's not, so it's not a corrugation, it's a physical curved finish, as well as flat architectural composite metal paneling around the front of the building. I'm happy to answer any questions. I feel like you guys have already talked quite a bit about Spin City, so I'll keep it brief.
So this case is a little similar to the other.
Well, and I agree, but this case is somewhat similar to the other, except that this is an architectural finish and cladded, so I'm in approval of it.
Thank you.
You did move, oh, I didn't hear you. There has been a motion. Can I get a second? Okay, it's been a motion and a second. Board members, please cast your vote. Case number 15186 is approved on the grounds that it meets the statutory requirements for variance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to stick around. I'm the next up as well.
I was going to ask you just to stay there.
Thank you.
Item 5, case 15139, application for special exception of Sam Gresham to allow multifamily residential at 825 North 22nd Street.
So my boss and mentor, Sam Gresham, has always had a professional passion for providing affordable housing in the heart of the community. This is yet another development of his to do just that. I would hope that the approval and recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission would illustrate to you all that great care and attention has been given to augment the architecture of the site as well as the neighborhood at large. I believe that this project is done in such a way that it really is modest. It tucks away behind the existing historic fabric, but we do employ the same materials that are of the main structures that are existing, as well as the details architecturally. We are meeting all the historic preservation guidelines, so we seek a special exception just to allow for multifamily use, which is otherwise not directly addressed in the historic preservation guidelines. That's why you all are needed in order to grant that. I will say, I'll just make a note about the gentleman who brought up a drainage issue, or potential, he's not even sure. And I spoke with Sam this morning, and he's assured me that no such flooding has ever occurred. However, during the building permitting process, we'll work directly with the city officials and engineers to ensure that we are meeting every restriction, every zoning ordinance, and everything in place to maintain proper drainage for the site, and as well as the neighborhood and the neighbors. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this.
So I'm not seeing any opposition to what you just stated. So is there someone present who would like to speak on that today?
There was an email that was sent earlier today.
Oh, okay.
And I just forwarded it to them, and it was just about drainage, which they'll take care of that permits.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Well,
So
the
no-
concern he had was just that covering the site could potentially lead to like a runoff situation.
Okay.
Something that we deal with all the time, and care will be taken that no additional runoff water would ever be discharged on any neighbor's property.
So more of a concern and not
Correct.
opposed to anything else?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you
Absolutely.
very much.
You bet.
Make the application, how far out do they have to notify their neighbors?
300 feet.
Got no
And
questions.
just for your knowledge, we're only at about 61% impervious coverage. And the site, as you can see on the aerial, we have a large right-of-way on 22nd. It's actually a 90-foot right-of-way. If you ever travel east on it, you get a great view of the state capitol because of that thoroughfare. So there's a lot of pervious earth that is helping us to drain this site properly.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the area and the drainage through there and the alley, and
Correct.
so I don't see any problems with that in the future.
And this is a brand-new pristine alleyway. It's a full 20 feet. The city just completed it some years back, but of course, great care and attention was taken to these actual things. So I don't see it being an issue.
So real quickly, can you tell me what the word "more" means when they're wanting a special exception for more multifamily duplexes?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm so sorry. I said, could you please define what the word "more" means when they're asking for more multifamily duplexes?
Well, so the buildings in the front that are existing, there's 3 existing structures that are multi-tenant. They're duplexes. They're historic. They were there at the time that this district was deemed historic. And so really, here, it's a commercial lot by all intents and purposes. But the Historic Preservation District is like aimed directly at residential, single-family homes, and it replaces that zoning ordinance. So it's just that the historic guidelines don't directly address multifamily. So here, we're asking to just increase the use that's already existing
Okay.
for more apartments on the site.
So existing. Okay, thank you.
So those 3 units are already being separately leased out right now?
That's correct. Mhm.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns?
I do not. I move to,
Are there any people in the audience that oppose the application that would like to speak? I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
move to approve case number 15139 on the basis that it meets the statutory requirements for an exception.
It's been moved and second. Board members, please vote. Yeah, it's not, oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 6, 15154, special exception of Valerie Klein to allow a mobile home to serve as a second temporary dwelling to relieve a medical hardship at 11509 Southeast 104th Street.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Valerie Klein. I live at 11509 Southeast 104th Street in Oklahoma City, and I've lived there for 50 years. My husband, Dan Klein, and I are here today to request a special exception for a medical hardship for our family. My husband was an Oklahoma City firefighter and was injured on a fire. He has had over 10 surgeries and has been medically disabled from the Oklahoma City Fire Department after more than 25 years of service. I have severe scoliosis. I've had over 40 surgeries, and so I have many medical issues that I need help with also. So I can't stand for long periods of time, and just plus other problems. We live on an acreage, and with all of our injuries, it has become too many problems for us to take care of our property the way that we need to. So we would like permission from you guys to move our son onto our land in a mobile home so that he can help us take care of our land and manage the things that we can't manage anymore. We had a previous approval in 2015 to move a trailer on our property for our daughter, but that didn't work out with all of our medical problems and surgeries and everything that we were having, and so we never got to act on that. So we would just ask for your approval today.
Oh, well, thank you, Ms. Klein. I don't see any problems with this request. However, again, I'm just one board member, so I would like to ask my colleagues if they have anything they would like to add.
If we approve the application, it's personal, right? So it does not run with the land. So if they sell the house, the exception would cease at that point for the mobile home.
You know, that question hasn't come up to my knowledge.
I do think that it is specific to the applicant because it's a medical condition as opposed to the land having any particular issue.
Okay. So as long as it's medical and it's personal, I've got no
It's
further
also
questions.
intended to be temporary. You're
Okay.
approving it for 3 years. If the need is still there in 3 years, she comes back,
Okay.
and every 3 years after that, until there's no need, and then it goes away and it's complying again.
Okay. I've got no questions.
Before we move forward, is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition that's in the audience today? Seeing that there are none, board members, may I please entertain a motion?
Motion to approve case number 15154 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for an exception.
Second.
Motion passed for a period of 3 years. We didn't add that for a period of 3 years.
Thank you so much. And I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since you have passed this, we have an electrician sitting and waiting to get a permit if this worked out. And is there a permit number or because it has to be passed by you before we can get the permit for the electrician? So is there a permit number that we will have on this that I could give our electrician so he could call in to get that?
We will send you an actual board order, and it will have a case number on there, and that you can take to the permit office and they issue you a permit.
Okay, so we will have to wait till then?
Yeah, we'll send it to you shortly.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
7 is case 15187, application by Branch Towers for a special exception for a telecommunication tower at 830 Gordon Cooper Boulevard.
My name is Mark Kessner. My address is 4701 Cedar Mill Road, that is here in Oklahoma City. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the State Fair and also for Verizon and also for my company, Branch Towers, Branch Communications. The presentation that Tad's going to pull up will help a little bit. I think that'll make this flow a little more smoothly. We're going to ask for a special exception per the special standards in the telecommunications ordinance. My company, we represent AT&T. We represent T-Mobile right now for Oklahoma. We represent Verizon for Oklahoma, U.S. Cellular. We currently do the site acquisition work for Cross and Pioneer. That covers everyone. Dish just isn't doing any work right now. We also represent a Dish. They come to us and they ask us to do the tower siting. Hey, find something that works for us based on the ordinance. The reason they do that is we've worked here now. Troy's worked here for 28 years, that he's worked with the municipality, with Oklahoma City, to come in and say, hey, what works for the ordinance? We've worked with each of the different jurisdictions to say, hey, this is what you can do to change your ordinance to make it better for the carriers, for the tower owners, for the people who are citizens. I think, as I go through this, I think you'll see why those carriers trust us, why we are the chosen person that they use for all those site acquisition needs, because they know we will bring them what is best for them and what is best for the customers. I'll walk through this. I think that'll help for you guys to see kind of how it, you can use the ones that you have in front of you if you'd like, if he's not able to pull it up on the screen. So this site, what we start with is you get a search ring. They tell us, so the Verizon engineer says, hey, this is where I need a site. in this area. That's what that circle represents. On each of these, you can see the yellow pins represent there's also a Word document, I think, there. But each of those yellow pins represent existing towers that are already there. And you can see there are quite a few. The fairgrounds is a very active site. You've got the I-44 interchange. You've got I-40. You have a large amount of industrial properties on the south, and on the north end, you can see you have a very tight-knit neighborhood, two of them, as a matter of fact. The circle showed as a search ring, but really they're not rings anymore. These are what we call infill or capacity sites. And so you're so limited in where you can put a tower. They basically give us a coordinate and say, hey, tell us what we can do. Tell us how we can improve coverage here. So Verizon comes to us. I think another important thing to learn to say for this particular hearing is that the carriers own almost no towers. AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, they don't own probably 2% of structures in Oklahoma. What they do is they'll come in, they'll go through all the process of saying, here's where we need it, get it all the way to completion, and then they'll award it to someone else to build, and then they'll pay long-term lease payments to whoever that is that builds it. It's just the reason they do that is operation capital expense. That's the only reason they do it that way. But I think that'll maybe help clarify a few things. If you'll turn to the next page, it's kind of a zoomed-in version of that search ring. And you can see the very center of that search ring is purple. That's where Verizon tells us, hey, if you could put me a site anywhere, put it here. This is what would fix our customer problems the fastest, the best. And then they trust us to say, here's what your options are. Here's what you can do. So if you look at this, you can see within the search ring, you can see where the proposed tower is. So it's the yellow one on the right. You can see further right, there's two towers together. That's the existing TowerCo site that we'll talk about as well. On the left side, there's one owned by American Tower. So those are the existing structures that are close to or within that ring. As you can see, if you're doing our job, first thing you see is most of this ring is impossible. It's a giant interchange, and it's the property that's used by the State Fair. So a very difficult search ring. If you turn to the next one, this is kind of the process. Basically, it comes to me, I review it. This is the email from me to Troy saying, hey, look, I'm familiar with this. I've worked here 15 years. Troy, you've worked here 30 years. We know the ordinance. We know the sites. We know everything about the fair and who these people are and where we can put things. I told them that this one should be better. It means this is an easier site versus the handful of sites that Verizon gave us. 5 of them were impossible. Like I had some, hey, there's nothing we can do. This one's better because there's a TowerCo site already in it. This one's better because there's another site there. This one is doable. That's what I'm conveying to Troy and saying, hey, this is doable. You see right there, I say there's TowerCo there inside. The notes below I highlighted, Verizon's going to, any co-location, they're going to consider it, they're going to move on it. That's what they want to do. That's faster. So that's what starts our process. I give that to Troy. If you'll turn to the next page, you guys, I'm sure, are familiar after reviewing with your ordinance, but this is what really guides it for us. This is what tells us what we can do, where we can't go. So you can never build over 200 feet in Oklahoma City. If you're around residential district or use, you got to be a full radius for the height of the tower. The compound's 25 feet, tower's 50 feet, have to be for 3 carriers. You see the new towers have to be 75 feet away from, have to be over 75 feet, have to be a half mile away from an existing tower. If you're under 75 feet, you don't have to be that far. You can be a quarter mile. And a monopole only within, and then I listed those miscellaneous requirements there. Those are things that are more building permit type things. Hey, you got to have landscaping, those type of issues. For residential districts, you have to do all these things, plus it has to be vacant and unplatted, and plus there can't be a residential use within 125 feet of the base of the tower. And the reason I mention all those things is that's going to show you why this is such a difficult site and such a difficult search ring, is that you think automatically that those residences to the north, there's nothing we can build there. There's no way to improve it there. Based on this review, co-location is the first option. That's what we suggested. We told Verizon, hey, if that does not work for you, the only real option you're going to have is going to be to try to build a tower with the State Fair here in this corner. That's going to be, there's nowhere else to go. If you'll turn, I kind of have the project flow starting on the next one, so that you can see the process we run through. That started in October of 2020, was when I sent that first email. So that's how far back we go. So 2 full years. So our submissions were co-locate onto the TowerCo tower, co-locate onto that American Tower site, the one that's on the other side of the highway, or try to do a raw land, that's what we call a new tower on the fairgrounds. Verizon selected the TowerCo site, as we suggested. That was what their initial launch was. And an interesting background on that site. So I'm very familiar with it because I'm the one who did that one. I did that one in 2013 for AT&T. We worked directly with the fair. A neat point that I think will come up later, there was a pole right there next to it. When I put that in, there was a pole with T-Mobile on it. And we came in, that pole had been a converted light pole that they had structurally modified to hold T-Mobile. But in the work with the city and our work with the fair, they said, hey, the better thing to do will be build a new structure 75 feet away for AT&T. We'll have another, versus try to go onto this structure. That was done. That's how it was given to TowerCo. That's how TowerCo got it. AT&T at that point had a single center line. I did the amendment working for AT&T to add something called a Lumberg lens, a giant lens. The only antenna like it in Oklahoma that makes that structure very difficult for it to be at capacity, for it to maintain the capacity. T-Mobile, 3 years later, needed to work in this ring. And again, the reason that we keep coming back into this is they come to us because they know we provide a solution that helps them, the carrier. When T-Mobile came to us and said, hey, what can we do in the state fair? First thing I told them is, hey, look, there's a TowerCo site here that we built next to that one you guys have. You can jump over onto it. You can extend it because we did it at 75 feet. The Oklahoma City ordinance at the time allowed you a 20-foot extension. Now it's 30 feet. We said that will allow you to get off of that light pole, monopole that you're on, and jump over here. They did it, went through TowerCo, so that's why T-Mobile is now on there. So both of those carriers are on that one. In my mindset, in our company's mindset, the best thing that can happen is they go ahead and go on there, and this is done, and we move on. If we move to point 3, and this I know was what most of the protests centered around, upon their review, Verizon determined that they preferred the new raw land over going onto the TowerCo site. As a result, you can see that's suddenly we go to one of the conditions in the ordinance is not met. All the others are met, but this one is not. The one for over 75 feet, because Verizon desires a 120-foot center line. No longer do you meet that one, which sends us to the special exception process. As noted, I noted in the protest that Troy had to complete an affidavit that there are no towers within a half mile of the proposed branch tower that have the capacity for co-location. That's highlighted there because initially when they tried to co-locate onto that TowerCo site, you submit the application, it failed. And it failed really poorly because it was going to, the way it was built, it has that extension on top and they want to be on top of the extension. There's no doubt it was going to fail, and it was going to fail bad. They're either going to modify it or drop and swap it, or there are only two options. We knew that going in, but still they wanted to try and make that effort. Troy said that it did not have the capacity for co-location, and I want to point out that was true when we started this in October 2020. That was true when we turned the application in May of 2021. That was true this summer, and if you go out there today, that tower still cannot hold Verizon's equipment. It's never been modified, it's never been changed, it's never been adjusted. It sits just like it did at 92% capacity, unable to accept the equipment that Verizon wants to put on top. And as I said, TowerCo failed to mention that this was how they got their site, was building next to an existing pole in 2013. That was how it was done, because that one was deemed as a pole. And one other thing I'd like to point out, when the ordinance was changed in 2020, the stakeholders, all the stakeholders were involved. The carriers were in here, they asked this question, the industry people, the city, everyone walked and said, hey, look, how do we do this? How do we work an ordinance that protects the people, but also protects the carriers, also protects their customers? And one of the big concerns that the carriers had was, hey, we don't want to be held hostage by tower companies. You can't tell us, hey, that if there's a tower here, you got to do this, or you don't get to go on air. That was one of the stipulations in having, hey, there has to be a special exception process to get a use to where in some situations you can build another tower that will provide better service. That ordinance is the next line, as you'll see. So it's a little different, and I think the reason, JJ can speak more to it if you guys need, but the overarching determinant for cell tower siting is the Telecommunications Act of 1996. That supersedes everything state, everything local. And so as the challenge as an ordinance is you've got to create something that matches what you want as a city with what is required federally. That's why this special exception follows these very specific standards. This is what you have to show in order to be granted a special exception by the Board of Adjustment for any of those that were shown before, whether it's the tower distance, building next to a house, anything. You have to go through this process. If you'll turn, I'll start this. These are the A through D, but I also wrote them out on each page as we go through. So the first one is evidence that there's a gap in coverage or a demonstrated lack of cellular service or data service capacity in the area identified by the wireless service provider. So the map there shows you where Verizon's existing sites are. So the center of that hub is the proposed site. Each of the towers around are where they're at. If you look at this, you can see they're okay here. Your concern, as they've stated to us ad nauseum, is, hey, this interchange is going to be really hard to serve from anywhere but that interchange. Because the further you go west, you get closer to one of their sites. Further you go east, you get closer to one of those sites. To do that, you have to go down. The lower you go, the more that impacts your ability to reach distance. The quote I put in there was from Verizon's lead engineer verbatim, that this is not a site where we're questioning is there need. The protest, there's no one who said, hey, there's no need for cell service here. Everyone agrees Verizon needs to improve their coverage. They've got to have a site here somehow, some way. If you turn to the second page, this again is one that's really not a point of contention. This one says evidence that there are no other available sites that would close the gap in coverage or provide capacity relief demonstrated by the wireless service provider. And this is in regard to raw land. So say, hey, if you're going to build, right now you're showing me that you violate one of these, you have to show there's not something here that you could go build that doesn't violate. And if you look at that map, again, the stuff shaded in red, those residents, there's no way you're building there. The whole interchange, there's no way you're building there. If you go any further toward TowerCo site, you're going to still be in violation. If you cross the highway, you're in violation on the American Tower side as you get closer and closer to Verizon's existing site. And as you look at the center is owned by the fairgrounds. There's no way to go south and east across that property. If you'll turn to the next one, this is the part that the protest centered around and what the real contention in the site is. So the suggestion is the evidence that there are no co-location opportunities, locations on existing buildings or structures available that would mitigate the issues demonstrated by the wireless service provider. So the existing tower does not sufficiently address the coverage capacity needs identified by Verizon. The original target center line, around 95 feet on the TowerCo co-location, does not provide adequate coverage back to the neighborhood northwest of the interchange. If the tower were extended, which honestly, if TowerCo wanted to extend that tower again, they would have to come in here and get another special exception because that tower's already been extended once. But if you were to extend it to where you could reach back into that neighborhood, now you're going to cause interference as you go to the east where the existing Verizon site is that direction. The original Verizon target was located even further west than the proposed site, but that area is unusable. As you guys can see, the highway and the state fair has that. Verizon's engineering team determined the best solution to resolve this significant gap in coverage is to have a center line near 120 feet on a site located as far northwest on the fairgrounds as possible, and that's the site that's proposed. So we go through all this process, and I know this is laborious to hear, but we go through all this because this takes months, and we provide the best site for Verizon and for the citizens of Oklahoma City for the fair. We can note here, like we said, about the structural integrity of Verizon's co-location onto TowerCo, but that one still doesn't have it, but their engineers have picked the other location anyway, just for the improvement to coverage. The final one is just the evidence that the new tower would satisfy the least intrusive means test of closing the gap in coverage or relieving capacity. This is kind of rehashes what we talked about earlier, but again, there are not any really simple answers. There's nothing north of the highway that we can go in because those are neighborhoods. There's no chance. As you go through these, if we go to across 44, we're losing their ability to cover because we're getting too close, and you're doing the same thing to American Tower that TowerCo is accusing you to do here. If you go this way, same thing. If you go south into the fair, you're interacting with the fair's ability to do their events, and they're adamant against that. I think one thing that I do want to point out as we start to close out, when I did that lease with the fair, one thing that the fair was adamant about back in 2013 was, hey, if we're going to do a ground lease with you, AT&T at this time, which became the one that TowerCo took, they said, hey, we want to have the ability to continue to do communication structures to provide for the fair. They put that in the lease. I remember it because I wrote it down in my notes. And again, having 10 years of experience with these sites does help. But they were adamant because that's what the fair cares about is, hey, we have got to provide coverage. Whatever the carriers tell us they want, that's what we need to be able to do. Just a summary for us, after 2 years, we believe this is the best site. We believe this is the best thing for Verizon, the best thing for the state fair, the best thing for the citizens, the people who drive through there, the people who live there. We know that the staff feels that we meet these requirements, and we would ask that you guys would grant us the special exception to the ordinance and for the ability to build that tower to that height. With that all said, I'm sorry, do you have questions? Because I'm sure that was long-winded.
That was a very, very thorough,
Yes.
so thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
So are you, in your application, are you seeking approval for the proposed branch Verizon location or the Verizon target location?
No, the proposed location is the one that's up for exception. The target is just to show you where they would have put it. If they could put it anywhere in the world, that's where they would have put it.
So if I may, when I read this the other day, I did have some concerns and questions. And basically, JJ may be able to help me with this one because you're asking for a special exception, but it appeared to me more like it should have been a variance or a combination of both. Number one, because according to the old code, that telecommunication towers above 75 feet, however, in height. However, you're wanting to construct one that's 120 feet, which is greater than 45-foot difference, greater than the code. So I was a little bit confused when I read all of that.
So just to clarify, that was the code allows you to go to 200 feet.
It does? Okay. And I didn't know what the coding was, so thank you very much for that clarification. Oh, another one I had a question about. The distance from one tower to the other tower, was there a change in coding on that as well?
No,
It's been that way.
it
It's
stayed the
been that
same.
way for at least 15 years.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or recommendations? So, Mr. Williams, we do have two other people that would like to speak on this. One is in support of and the other one is opposing it. So I would like to ask for the supporter to speak first, given the fact that there may be a change of mind or something, I don't know.
Okay, I hope not. Thank you.
So, is it Mr.
No, that is mine. This is Troy Williams. That's me that had the...
Yeah.
You were speaking for him. How dare you act like that out there? Okay, so, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to bring some public comment in opposition to the application. Matthew J. Allen on behalf of TowerCo LLC. My address is 210 Park Avenue, about a block and a half away. For what it's worth, TowerCo has a ground lease located on Homestead Drive in Oklahoma City, which is on the fairgrounds. And also their street address is on Valley Stone Drive in Cary, North Carolina. The applicant's presentation was thorough, and if you like thorough, you might like me, Board Member Asbury. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible.
Please do, thank you, we appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. They went way longer than 5 minutes, and so there was a lot said, and I will keep my comments as brief as possible.
We appreciate it.
There's a lot of people behind us. So I can simplify this quite a bit. What the applicants did not lead with is that there's an existing tower on the fairgrounds that serve the fairgrounds when the fairgrounds have events going on, when there's a high capacity of users. That's already there, and it's TowerCo's tower. He's right. He did reference it about 6 minutes in. That tower currently holds AT&T antenna and T-Mobile antenna. Now, I have with me here Jason Catalini, Senior Vice President and General Counsel for TowerCo. He flew in from North Carolina, and if you have any questions about TowerCo, the tower, specifics, the business model, Mr. Catalini would be happy to answer your questions. So with that, I'll tell you why this application not only should be denied, but I suggest to you must be denied under the statutes and case law. I hope you had time to read our materials. We put a lot of time and thought into those. There's about 12 and a half pages single spaced, but there was one picture, so I hope that helped break it up. Detailed facts are there, an analysis of the law, including statutes and case law, but I'm going to break it down for you in the 5 minutes I'm supposed to have. The variance must be denied because the statute and the case law don't allow it. The statute and the case law do not allow this board respectfully to grant variances for convenience, to avoid financial costs associated with following the ordinance, or when the purported hardship is self-made. And the applicant's representative said something interesting. This is Verizon's preference. This is Verizon's preference, and that's the word that he used. The variance also should be denied as a discretionary matter if you believe that the board does have the authority to do it, because the variance is not needed. It's just simply not needed. Moreover, their materials submitted to the City of Oklahoma City and this board were not fully truthful, and we pointed that out in our position statement. Now, here's some of the facts that were not told to you. That TowerCo tower's been on the fairgrounds for years, and they have a ground lease that's extending years into the future. Sort of mention that AT&T and T-Mobile are on there, and the applicants in their materials say they want enhanced coverage for events. When you focus on what they actually submitted to the board, they're saying something slightly different today, but they're focused on events at the fairgrounds. They already have that ability. When you look at their submission, their statutory summary, which is our Exhibit G, they state they don't have a problem when there's an event because they roll out a temporary cell phone tower. And that handles the extra capacity for events at the fairgrounds. Didn't mention that, although they did put it in the materials submitted to the board if you had time to look at those. They've been doing that with success for years. There's no hardship here. They can solve their own problem without a variance. Nevertheless, they have sought an unlawful location, didn't even bother to tell you how close they are, 1,400 feet from our tower. Twice as close as allowed by ordinance. This is not a small variance of a couple hundred feet, 10 feet, twice as close. They're supposed to be half a mile away. They're a quarter mile away, a little more than a quarter mile. Here's what else they didn't tell you all the facts of. May 2021, they did apply to TowerCo to co-locate on our tower. That is Verizon and Branch together. And when I say apply, I don't mean send an email, a formal application, which we've put in our materials as well. And they asked for a height of lower than 50 or lower than 100 feet for the Verizon antenna. This did trigger an engineering study, which is quite standard, and the tower did fail. Now, when we say fail, it doesn't mean the tower is going to crash to the ground. What it means, it needs to be modified. And TowerCo, and this is something else they didn't tell you, TowerCo offered to pay $135,000 to modify the tower as part of a bigger deal to negotiate another variance that they were seeking in Tulsa County. Because this is the second one in a year where they go for variances when they're too close to towers instead of attempting to co-locate. Verizon withdrew their application to co-locate with us. They can co-locate. The tower can be modified to accommodate them. Didn't tell you that. They're telling you that the tower is unsuitable. It's not true. Now, for reasons unknown to us, they withdrew their application and began seeking this proposed site. And they kind of went radio silent for about a year until summer. Now, remember, that was a year and a half ago. This summer of 2022 is when it appears to us they started seeking this proposed tower. They even obtained a building permit, but we can't tell exactly what happened, but a building permit was issued, but they didn't get to build their tower. We believe someone at the city flagged the permit and said, you need a variance. You can't do that. Because their affidavit said there's no structure available for them to co-locate, which again, the existing tower can be modified. And TowerCo wants to pay for the modifications as of today in exchange for nothing except co-location. Forget the Tulsa County thing I mentioned. TowerCo today will pay $135,000 of their own money, no cost to Branch, no cost to Verizon, to modify the tower, to allow co-location so they can abide by the ordinance. That's in front of them. It's a commercially reasonable opportunity. They don't want to tell you about that because they just want a variance instead. Now, respectfully, the board's authority in these matters comes from statute, Title 11 OS. It's 44-104. Now, it gives you the authority to grant variances, and it also restricts your ability to grant variances. I'm sure you guys have heard it plenty, and I know Mr. Sade is a lawyer, and Ms. Asbury, I think you've been on the board a while, and Mr. Noble, I'm not sure how much experience you do have with all the legal stuff that goes on with this, but I have to because they failed. They failed the legal test, so I have to go into it. There's a 4-part legal test that they have to satisfy, but what's our North Star? The guiding North Star for this board is as follows. Variances, it is not intended that variances be granted to merely remove inconveniences or financial burdens that come from abiding by the ordinance. So if it costs you money to abide by the ordinance, that's not good enough. And that's from the cases, and that's all, it's all in our submission to the board. A financial hardship alone is not a basis for a variance. Oklahoma Supreme Court said that. We have to follow that. A self-imposed hardship is no basis for a variance. Same case, Oklahoma Supreme Court. If you make your own hardship, you can't get a variance. This board actually cannot grant a variance under the case law, respectfully. And financial hardship alone doesn't cut it. Now, what's the four-part test? You have to have, they didn't mention nothing about the four-part test. That is what they have to satisfy, and it's on them, not us. It's on them to satisfy it. 4 parts. 1, unnecessary hardship. Is that?
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
You're getting way, way off base. This is not an application for a variance.
That's what their application says, sir. It says for variance.
This is an application for special exception.
Their application that we pulled says application for variance. And if they have changed that to special exception, then that's inconsistent in their materials.
It's on this page here that it states that. That's why I was confused too. Here it states.
It's clearly not an application for a variance. It's a special exception. So they don't have hardships to meet and all the other statutory standards to meet. So this is a case on review, just review on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, well, they are twice as close to our tower than they're allowed to be borrowed. And their materials are inconsistent. And so we are trying to pull their materials and prepare for a hearing, and their materials say one thing, and they come here and now I guess they're asking for something else. And I'm a little less familiar with the differences between those two, admittedly. And so what you have here is that if we don't want to go into the 4-part test, I may need guidance from the board generally. Or is this an application for a variance in your eyes, or is this a special use exception in your eyes? Because that does change what we need to talk about.
So unfortunately, I saw the same thing you did as well. That's why I made the statement earlier. Was this a special exception or a variance? And apparently there's a little confusion in the paperwork that we have. It is. However, Mr. Allen, I'm going to have to agree with my colleague that the argument is not for what you're stating. And, identifying reasons for saying it's a financial hardship, you're almost showing your case for being up there saying you're having a financial hardship as well because of all of the things that you've already done.
Oh, ma'am, respectfully, TowerCo has no financial hardship involved here.
Well, but I know you've already made some requests and other things because I read the whole document myself as well. But this is something we really need to resolve because there are some discrepancies.
There are. Some of the documents say variance. Some of the documents say special exception. So to be fair to the applicant and to the opposing party, we should strike this for today's conversation and continue it to the next meeting so that we can give notice based on the actual application after we determine whether it is for a variance or for a special exception, because both of those appear in the materials.
And this is our legal counselor, so that's why she's answering that question for you.
And we're glad you're here. Thank you. And so is that the board's action at this time to strike from the agenda?
That is my recommendation. The board will have to take action, and
Yes.
that's up to the board.
And based upon the recommendation of legal counsel, I would like to entertain a motion. Would it be a continuance or?
Yes.
For a continuance?
Well, actually, yes, because we will need to correct it. We'll have to look at the record that was presented and decide what the application actually was for, because some say variance, some say special exception. The applicant will not have to pay a new fee because this is a staff matter, and we will have to figure that part out. I think a continuance would be appropriate.
Yes, and Mr. Williams, you are listening to that, is that correct? Okay. So at this time, based upon recommendation from our legal counsel, I would like to entertain a motion for a continuance of case number 15187. And would you be prepared for our next meeting, which is January the 5th of 2023? For January the 5th, 2023.
So moved.
Okay.
Can I say that or I have to vote?
No, you're good.
All right.
Right.
Or I'll second that. then.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Motion carried. We'll see you guys after the new year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 8 is case 15140, special exception of Dwayne Walker to allow home sharing at 3613 North Overridge Drive.
Hello, and good afternoon, and thank you for hearing my case today. My name is Dwayne Walker, and I'm here to talk about a special exception for home sharing for the address 3613 North Overridge Drive. And thank you again for hearing my case today.
Oh, you can go ahead, sir.
I can go ahead? Okay, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, this case is pretty straightforward, at least on my part. I like to do Airbnbs, and I like to make them excellent, modern, high-end clientele that's going to serve and bless every neighborhood. And so that's my goal. From our records, every person that has been there has been just outstanding people. The rates that we charge are well higher than most rates that people charge in the city, because our goal is to attract the most excellent and high-class clientele that visit our city. Most of the people that do visit are actually military or people that are visiting family for holidays or special events. And so that would be my goal for you guys to accept this special exception today.
So, Mr. Walker, I heard you speak in past tense. Been there. Are you already leasing, or is the property already being offered as
Yes, ma'am.
short-term? Woo-hoo. You know you're supposed to come here first.
Yeah, I did know that.
Okay.
Then I found out on the back end, so I apologize for that.
Okay. Board members, any questions?
I know there were some protests on there. I don't know if anyone is here to speak.
Oh, yeah. It is?
I don't have one. There may be some. I thought there would be some.
Yeah, and it's listed that there is some opposition on it. However, we don't have anything up here, so is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the application? Oh, I know what I was going to ask you, Mr. Walker. For the duration, you were asking for only 1 year? 1 year or less?
Well, I'm actually learning the appropriate way to apply. And so I asked the clerks up front, like, what would be the best way to do that? It said that it's important that I do it annually. But if that's incorrect, again, that's just an error on my part.
Okay. And how long have you currently had the property up?
Since March of this year.
So just this year,
Yes, ma'am.
2022? Okay. And no complaints or anything from the neighbors?
There has been one complaint, one neighbor that has complained, and at the end of the day, that neighbor just doesn't want Airbnbs in the neighborhood, period. And so it wasn't complaints necessarily driven at the behavior of clientele. It was just more so different types of complaints, just trying to not allow it.
Okay. And since that person is not here to oppose, then it was a complaint.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So, board members, anything else you would like to add?
One of the complaints in an email that was sent to us kind of contradicts, or at least is not consistent with the self-imposed rules for your guests. It talks about guests being parked in other people's driveways, parties of 15 or more. Actually, a party of 15 individuals or more, or located in the home. A party of 40 plus, smoking. Are your self-imposed rules to address those concerns, or have you had the opportunity to read the emails in opposition of this application?
I have read the emails, and those came from all the same individual, because those actual same information was submitted to Airbnb, who has a very strict policy against all those things. Inside the Airbnb, or on the perimeter of the Airbnb, we have videos, so we're actually able to provide video evidence to Airbnb that all those complaints were told in error. Just to be simply put, they were all lies. This particular person has really tried to pull any string or say any story that they can to try to, have law enforcement come out there to prevent it, and law enforcement has not ever issued a citation, and they've always said, no, this has been well above board. Secondly, Airbnb themselves had completely agreed with me that all those complaints were in error, because I was able to provide video evidence. Because if that was allowed, that would actually go against their entire brand, and so they're heavily against that kind of behavior as well. So I have very strict policies in place, and I know that in order for me to continue doing that, I'm going to have to ensure that those policies are adhered to. So I have read those, and the best thing that I can say is that none of those are accurate.
If a citation were to be issued by, let's say, the police department, would they notify you about that citation, or what's that process look like?
Absolutely, like that citation would be to me. I would have to pay it. So yes, there's no question about it. The citation will be issued to the person that's responsible for the property, which is me.
Over the last 8-9 months, how many citations have been issued?
0. However, there was a citation issued against that particular person that wrote that email. I want to add that. Well, actually, it was a disturbance, is what that was. It wasn't a citation. Just to give you an idea of that person's character.
So, Mr. Walker, even though you do have some emails of opposition, you also received some in support of, which they highlighted some of the things that you do well, that they approve of. So that's something that the board can take into consideration as well when we make our decision.
Excellent.
You're welcome. So are there any attendants that would like to speak against the application that are here today? Seeing that there are none, board members, I would like to entertain a motion.
I'll propose a motion to approve case number 15140 for special exemption
For a period of,
for a period of 1 year.
Yes, if that's the maximum that I can do. Or is that, because that's what's in writing, I guess, or, again, I'm not sure exactly.
Code allows up to 10.
yeah, the code allows up to 10. However, as a board, we've never exceeded more than 3 to 5.
Got it.
So therefore, knowing that the code allows up to 10, is there a number other than one that you would like, or?
Knowing
One
that
of-
there were some objections, I am good with 1 year. I'm
Okay,
willing to
and
entertain
we want to
that.
make sure our board members are in agreement with whatever we decide.
Makes sense.
So it's been a motion for case number 15140. Members, please, for a period of up to 1 year, please cast your vote.
Does that include the self-imposed
With
rules?
with all of the self-imposed rules
Yes.
as well. And because Board Member Sita noted that there were some comments on the parking, please make sure that they are parking in the driveway.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll second.
So motion passed.
Thank you very
you.
much for your time, everyone.
You're welcome, thank you.
Item 9 is case 14141, special exception to allow home sharing at 3517 North Kentucky Avenue.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Boo Paul Walls. I go by Boo, so don't let the spelling mistake out. It's Boo Walls, and I am asking for home sharing at 3517 North Kentucky Avenue. So this is pretty, hopefully simple and straightforward. It's already in residential, single-family residential district, so basically I'm a user as well as now becoming a host, with your approval, I guess. So.
So I really don't see too much to oppose in your application. However, board
No,
members.
the inside is just as beautiful as the outside. It's styled in Cape Cod, so.
Okay.
It's 3 bedrooms, 1 downstairs. It's very close to OU Medical, Integris, Baptist, probably everything's within like 10 minutes, so it's very central to everything. So it's a family of 5, myself, and with a few tag-alongs. It's really hard to get hotels that will accommodate, so I love this Airbnb.
Okay. Members, do you have any questions?
In my understanding of Airbnb, I don't personally have or own any Airbnbs, is that you can offer the whole home or you can offer a room.
It's the whole home for me.
The whole home. You noted that there are 6 rooms being offered, but that can accommodate total number of 8.
8, yes.
So is it
It's,
6 bedrooms, or what does that look like?
No, it's 3 bedroom. Downstairs, it's a queen that sleeps 2. Upstairs, it's another queen that sleeps 2. And then the 3rd bedroom is 2 twins, and then one of those click-clack or flip-flop sofa that sleeps 2.
In looking at the picture there, it looks like it's a single driveway, is that correct?
It is a double, actually. You see on if you're facing the house, it would be to my right, but there's additional parking right there.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? No questions or comments? Are there any present that would like to speak on the applicant? Seeing that there are none, board members? I would
Well,
like to-
real quick, do you have quiet hours? Should that be something that the board should take into consideration?
I'm sorry. say that
Quiet
again.
hours?
Yeah.
Is there quiet hours?
Quiet hours?
I know a lot of our other applications
No, but
submit.
I will make sure my properties are always no pets, no smoking, no parties, no noise pollution of any kind. No stereos, no amps.
Okay. All right. I move to approve case number 15141 for the purpose that it meets the statutory requirements for the special exception, with the understanding, or with also including the self-imposed rules and regulations
For a period of
for a period of 1 year.
1 year. Okay, board members, cast your vote. It's approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, item 10 was withdrawn. Item 11, case 15143, special exception of Dai Nguyen to allow home sharing at 34 Northwest 20th Street.
Hello, my name is Yuen Nguyen, and I also applied for the application for the lodging accommodation for the home, the property address on the 2934 Northwest 20.
Mr. Nguyen, may we please have your address?
The address is 2934 Northwest 20.
Is that the property address or your address?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question
Is
again?
that, we need your address where you
Oh, my
reside.
address is
Yes, sir.
3237 Northwest 34th Street,
Thank you,
Oklahoma.
sir.
Sorry, English is not my first
No
language.
problem.
So a couple of things about this property. So actually, my neighbor is also have a short-term rental, the Airbnb, next to this property. And then the second thing is we have the carport that can park up to 2 cars over there, and we offer for 2 bedrooms, maximum for 4 people. And I do have a very strict rules for this property. For example, like no party. If anyone more than 4 people, we're not allowed to be in the property. We have the curfew at 10 p.m. Not gonna be anything smoking or anything inside the house. I also have the camera all around the property to make sure they are gonna follow all the rules and on the policy we have for the houses. And then also the thing with us is we all have to protect our own property. So anytime that I see a group of bigger people, or if the people living in the same city, if people working from the Oklahoma City, there's going to be a higher chance for people actually want to do party or something like that. So we're going to be just reject all of requests to stay in the property.
Mr. Nguyen, how many other properties do you currently manage?
So we have 3 property right now that I am applying for today.
Okay, and for those properties, how long have you been managing those?
So this property, I have this property for 2 years, but we have the long-term tenants staying there. And the last time we have it, and it's actually a very difficult time for us to evict them because it's a young couple and they staying there and they file some like domestic violence, and it takes very stressful to maintain them to stay there. It takes us like 3 months to evict them out of the property. And that's why, I did not have enough the payment to making for the mortgage for the long-term rent tenants, people stay in there. That's why we switched into this model, so we can have more rules and restrict it for people staying there. And also, it's easy to maintain the property because every time when the guests move in or out, we always can clean the property, make sure, it's only up to date, even the lawn, everything else to make sure the property gonna be good for the neighborhood, yeah.
So you've had this one for 2 years for long-term, you're wanting to convert it to short-term. You said you have 2 other properties that you already have in short-term?
So 2 other one, we have one like we have for short-term as well, but it's short-term here I consider I do put on the platform for Airbnb, but we restrict it for like 30 days at least.
Okay, and
Yeah,
how
so
long
right
have you
now
had that
I'm
one?
applied for the application, so we can do like shorter than that, like 2 days or a week or something like that.
How long have you owned that one, the other 2?
The other 2, one we just own it literally from August this year, and the other one we own it from January 2021, but we also have long-term tenants staying there.
During that time, how many citations have you received?
I'm sorry?
How many citations have you received?
I don't receive any citation or anything for any of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually received the complaints from my guests staying there with the neighbor, but not anything from the neighbor to us because the neighbor, they have some long-term tenants there staying there actually, and they're dealing with drugs or something like that on the neighbor, and the cop came to the neighbor on the time. So my guest actually the one who raising the concern about the property, but not from the neighbor to my property.
So all 3 of these properties that you're talking about now,
Yes.
you're here today to ask for a special exception for them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So none of them are currently being leased out or rented out on short term?
So we is out on the platform for Airbnb, but we restricted for 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is it all three or just one? 'Cause it
No,
says-
he has 3 different cases.
Oh, okay.
this
All
is-
right.
I have
Gotcha.
3 cases here, 11, 12, and 13 too.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? No, you're okay? Is there anyone out in, that would like to speak on the application that's present? Seeing that there are none, board members, on case number 15143, I would like to entertain a motion.
A motion to approve case number 15143 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, as long as the self-imposed regulations are included therein
And what's your period of time?
for a period of 1 year.
Thank you so much.
Okay, motion carried. So, Mr. Nguyen, since the next case is yours, please state your name again and your address for the record.
Yes, so the next case is case number 15144 for the address of 120 Northwest First Street, and my address, and my name is Dai Nguyen, and my address is 3237 Northwest 34th Street.
And because this one is similar to the other one, as far as all of the self-imposed rules that you have listed, you don't have to go over that anymore. However, the difference is the number of rooms and stuff that you're listing. With the first application, you offered 2 rooms accommodating 4 guests. The second application, you're offering 4 rooms accommodating 8 guests. So that's the one I just want you to talk about, the difference of the accommodations and the guests.
I think my application for 2 rooms, actually, I don't know if I just did something wrong with that, but I think I applied for,
I can't
that was
hear
the
you talking
original
up. I
one.
need you to talk down to the mic so I can hear you.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first one, and then I have the adjustment that just 2 4 rooms on. Yeah.
So is that correct as far as those numbers?
The total is 2 rooms. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
The total
so-
is 2 rooms. Yeah. I
Okay,
have
okay.
I think that the second time I sent it, this is for 2 rooms. Yeah.
So this one should be 2 rooms and
4
same
guests.
as the other one?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
4
because
guests, yeah.
your third one states the same as the first one. That's why I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
So we need to make modifications. The number of rooms offered is 2?
2 rooms. Yeah, and the maximum is just allowed 4 guests. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's make
Yeah.
a correction.
And we have
to
the
that.
parking in front of the house, the driveway, and on the back of the house as well with the garage.
Okay. You get that? Okay. So again, are there anyone that would like to speak on this application? Seeing that there are none, board members, I would like to entertain a motion for case number 15144.
Motion to approve case number 15144 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and with the modification of the application showing that it's 2 rooms being offered with a total of 4 maximum guests for 1 year.
Excuse me.
Okay, motion approved.
There we go. Go out. Next item is 15152 by the same applicant for home sharing at 4414 North Terry Avenue.
Yes, so my name is Dai Nguyen, and my home address is 3237 Northwest 34th Street, and I'm here for the application case number 15152 for the address 4414 North Terry Avenue.
And again, it's just like the two previous cases?
Yes.
Number of rooms and everything else?
Yes.
Are there is there anyone that would like to speak on the application out in the audience? No. Board members have anything to say? Would like to entertain a motion, please?
Motion to approve case number 15152 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules for a period of 1 year.
Okay, it passes. Thank you very
Thank you
much,
so
Mr. Nguyen. At this time, I want to ask real quickly, board members, do y'all need to take a break or anything? Because we're an hour and a half in, or you're, okay, we're good?
Okay. You want one? I'm good. Not yet.
All okay down there?
Everybody okay?
Okay, we all right.
Next item is number 14, 15145, special exception of Kathy Kim to allow home sharing at 529 Northwest 137th Street.
Good afternoon. My name's Kathy Kim. I live at 6566 Eden Valley Drive in Frisco, Texas. I live out of state. We purchased this property just as a place so that I don't have to keep on paying hotels to come visit friends and family up here. But, you know, just with the expenses and all, we decided to try the Airbnb route.
Can you explain to me, you say 2 rooms are being offered, but a maximum of 6 guests. What does accommodations look like for that?
There is, I have a family of 5, so my 3 kids need their own bed all the time. But there's a queen and a master, there's a queen in the guest room, and there's a queen sofa bed in the living room.
And I'm looking at the aerial picture. It looks like, can you fit 2 or 3 vehicles in the driveway? Because it does not look like there's much curb access.
It's a full 2-car garage.
Okay.
Driveway behind it, it fits the entire entryway. So it does fit 2 cars in the garage and 2 cars in the back driveway.
Okay.
Mr. Noble, you have any questions?
And this is a duplex?
It is a duplex.
You own both sides?
No, just one side.
Just one.
And how long, is this your first Airbnb?
I'm sorry?
Is this your first short-term rental?
First one. Yeah.
Right.
Any other questions or concerns?
I do not
No?
have any.
Anyone to speak on the application in the audience? Seeing that there are none, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve case number 15145 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements of a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year.
Is it possible to request for 3 years? Just because I'm always up here anyway.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not willing to do a 3-year just because you're not, it's your first time
Okay.
trying it. So we'll see how it goes.
I
At
understand.
least that's my personal opinion.
I share it too as well. When it's the first time, just to see how it goes, especially when it's a duplex, because we want to make sure that the person that's living next door, who's living there, they're okay as well.
No, I understand.
Thank you, but we'll be glad to see you next year.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, it passed.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Item 15, case 15146, special exception of Ladarian Norton to allow home sharing at 724 Northwest 130.
Hello, my name is Ladarian Norton. I'm here for case number 15146. Address is 724 Northwest 139th Street. I'm here for the Airbnb home sharing. I'm trying to turn this property to Airbnb. It's located by Main Event, Topgolf area, which is a high demand area. A lot of people visiting from out of state. I like to accommodate those guests. So I'm here to get approved for a certificate to submit to Airbnb.
Mr. Norton, I'm probably going to keep asking this. What's your experience with Airbnbs?
It's my first one.
It's your first one?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is your first one that you have, and are you applying for another one?
I'm applying for 2, yes.
Okay, because I saw your name twice.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions?
I
Is
do
there
not.
anyone that would like to speak on behalf of the applicant, our application? Seeing that there are none, board members, please, I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15146 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations and guidelines for a period of 1 year.
Thank you.
You're right.
It's approved, and sorry we didn't lump those two together,
Okay, so repeat
but
it.
I did read them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Ladarian Norton. I'm here for case 15151. The address, it is 512 Northwest 1.
I said, I'm sorry we didn't lump those two together, so we're gonna have to come back to your next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
okay.
Yeah, that oversight. We can do them together? Okay, well, we can do them together.
Okay. My name is Ladarian Norton. I'm here for 15151. Address 512 Northwest 138th Street, Edmond, Oklahoma.
I was ahead of
I'm here
myself.
for a Airbnb application approval. It's like I said, of the previous one, it's a good area. It's a high demand area. Trying to accommodate the guests that comes from different states to attend the area I'm located in. So I'm here for you guys' approval, please.
And it's just like the second one, and please forgive me, Mr. Norton, I was ahead of myself looking
No, it's
forward.
fine.
Yeah,
Can you repeat that again?
okay, thank you.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, please forgive me, Mr. Norton, I was ahead of myself by looking
Okay.
forward.
No, it's fine.
And that's why I said, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So I'm almost certain it's about the same, no one here to speak. Board members, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15151 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and guidelines.
Thank you.
Motion carried, thank you.
In this form, do I keep it for myself or do I give it to one of you guys? Keep it. Thank you.
Item 17, case 15147, special exception of Timothy Castle to allow home sharing at 2354 West Park Place.
Good afternoon. My name is Denicia Castle. I'm here on behalf of my husband, Tim Castle, for our property at 2354 West Park Place. My address is 18101 Barrington Avenue, and we are requesting a special exception for home sharing.
So, Mrs. Castle, this is your first time asking for a request?
Yes, ma'am. We own 2 other properties that are long-term rentals. One is across the street and one is over by OCU.
Okay, thank you. Board members, you have any questions or concerns?
I don't see any objections.
No oppositions.
There-
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on behalf of this application? Seeing that there are none, I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15147 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exceptions for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations.
It carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 year.
1 year.
Item 18, case 15148, special exception of Tran Paris to allow home sharing at 6424 Masons Drive.
I understand that application was withdrawn.
Is this one? Oh, I'm sorry, this this application was withdrawn. So that'll take us to item 19, 15150, special exception Michael Gulliver to allow home sharing at 3208 Northwest 25th Street.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Gulliver. My home address is 3325 Northwest 24th Street in Oklahoma City. We are applying for a special exemption for the property located at 3208 Northwest 25th Street, agreeing to abide by all restrictions required by the City of Oklahoma City for safe operation and the preservation of districts. And we personally live about 2 blocks from this property in question, so we understand the typical environment of the neighborhood and plan to use the property partially for home sharing and partially for familial needs. We do have a separate brief handbook that reiterates guest rules and procedures to abide by, and my wife will be staying home for the purpose of managing the property full-time in-house. We do have background and history of working in property management, specifically with residential long-term and short-term rentals, and we have access to resources that may be needed for safe operation. As of yesterday, there were only 3 other short-term rentals listed in the neighborhood, 2 of which are loft apartment spaces and detached garages, and a home sharing license for the personal residence friend. So ours would be the only one of its size and style in the neighborhood.
Mr. Gulliver, do you currently own any other short-term rentals?
No short-term, but we do have 2 long-term rentals in Del City.
Okay, because on your application, it states that you're currently applying for another one?
Originally, our plan was to convert a space in our home for similar purposes, but due to zoning restrictions, we have to apply for a rezoning of our personal residence to move forward with that. So this was the alternative to not being able to do that.
So we can scratch that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions or concerns?
I do not have any questions.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this application? Seeing that there are none, may I please entertain a motion?
Motion to approve case number 15150 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and guidelines. That's it, and also subject to, I think, the modifications that you had.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item 20, case 15153, special exception of John Layden to allow home sharing at 8600 South Brookline Place.
Hello, my name is John Layden. I'm here to apply for a special exemption for lodging accommodation for home sharing. My address is 1717 Ridgeview Lane, Newcastle, Oklahoma.
So, Mr. Layton, do you want to tell us anything, or you just want us to go by what we read?
I'm sorry.
I said, Mr. Layton, do you want to share anything, or do you just want us to go by what we've read?
Well, the initial was that this picture is not accurate anymore. We've since changed that quite a bit, but I'm not sure what you've read, but if you have any questions.
You know what you submitted.
Probably my wife, you know.
I've read everything that you've submitted. And it's very good, thank you, sir. But I just wanted to make sure that if there were anything else that you needed us to know, that we would like to hear it.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I do have one
thank you.
question. You say 2 rooms being offered, but 5 guests.
Yes.
Does one of the bedrooms have 2 beds in it? What does that look like? Or is there a sofa bed?
No, it has a queen bed, full bed, and a sofa, sleep sofa in the living room.
Gotcha. Okay, so 1 room has a queen, 1 room has a full, and then your queen sofa
Correct.
pull out. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing else?
No other.
Is there anyone that would like to speak on this application? Is that the one, number 20? So we did have one who filled out a request, a Lock Win. Is there a Lock Win present? He is not, or she is not. Seeing that the person is not present, then we're going to go ahead and move forward. I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15153 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations.
You're approved, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 21 is case 15155, special exception of Luke Richardson to allow home sharing at 1122 Northwest 27th.
Hi, my name is Luke Richardson. My address is 5117 Isle Bridge Court. Here today to ask for a special exception of 2 years for 1122 Northwest 27th Street. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom duplex. I do own the other side of the duplex, tenant there. Just moved in a couple months ago, let them know before they moved, signed the lease, that this was going to be a possibility, that I would be having a home sharing Airbnb there. I've been running Airbnbs for about 18 months now. 2021, I was awarded by Airbnb Oklahoma Host of the Year, write up in the paper about it, and so been doing pretty well so far. I do know on this particular property, there was a letter of protest with the neighbor. Part of it was a fence issue, which doesn't really have anything to do with Airbnb. That's since been remedied and a new fence installed. I think his other concern was more just fear of an unknown with the safety issue. Running multiple other properties, I haven't had any issues with safety, with guests, have high ratings, you know. But other than that, here to ask for that exception.
So, Mr. Richardson, you said you're running the other properties? You don't own them? Is that-
I do, yeah.
Oh, you do
Yeah,
own
I
the
own
other
4
ones?
other Airbnbs and manage another one.
Because on your application, I don't see where it state that you own other.
Okay, sorry, that might have been.
Oh, no, no, no,
oversight.
it's okay, I just
Yeah.
don't see them
Yes.
here. And I also noticed when I was going through my paperwork the other day that you're requesting for another property, so that will be a total of 6 if approved.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to verify that. Board members, you have any questions or concerns?
I do not. No. Okay. I guess I will put forth a motion to approve case number 15155 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exemption for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations.
Okay, motion carries, and please remain.
Item 22, case 15156, special exceptions applicant for 1116 Northwest 43rd Street.
Luke Richardson, address 5117 Isle Court, Edmond, Oklahoma, 730. This property is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, and if at all possible, if I could get a 2-year exception, just to come back again. If not, completely understand. Total of 6 guests at this property. There's room, as you can see the gate in front of the car there, room for a total of 4 cars in the drive.
Would you please ask me why you said if I can possibly get 2 years?
Just so don't have to come down here. This is
That's
the
the only reason?
This is the longest one I've ever been a part of. That was,
Okay.
that was a long one earlier, but
And
yeah.
Again,
It-
how many years have you had your other properties?
Since I've been running the Airbnb since April of '21. I've been managing long-term rentals that I own for 6 years now.
Okay, so you've been a pretty good steward, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been fruitful.
Board members, any questions or comments?
This is the first time this property is going to be an Airbnb.
Correct. Yeah, I had a tenant living there for almost 2 years, got married, was getting married, moving in with her husband.
Mr. Sita, any questions?
I do not have any questions. My only reservation is being the new guy on the board. 1 year is what you're going to get out of me.
Gotcha.
So.
If it is what it is, that's fine, I understand.
And if you've got to come back in a year for the other one, I think that this
see you
should be maybe if we in a year, depending on the feedback that we get, and if it all looks good, I think that I would definitely entertain a longer period. So I'll move to approve case number 15156 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement. Oh, okay.
Did you feel? Oh, I'm so sorry. Please, girl, okay, so you know what? It's right here, Miss Cassidy Smith Talbert, come on up. You are the next speaker on the Board of
I hate
Adjustment.
to do this to you, I do. My name is Cassidy Smith Tolliver. I live in Helm Farm at 1216 Northwest 42nd. I'm here today, unfortunately, because I'm unsure if this application should be approved for a few specific reasons. I've spoken with many neighbors who say Luke is a great, great neighbor when it comes to being both a traditional landlord and as an Airbnb host. He keeps his properties clean, he's prompt to respond if there are issues, and he cares about the well-being of Helm Farm as a whole, and we appreciate it. The rest of the neighbors to the west of his duplex that he owns next door have mentioned in several conversations he's a great neighbor. However, there are some concerns with some neighbors on the block, along with myself and other neighborhood leadership, who wonder if he will be keeping his other short-term rental unit on the block next door to this home. The current unit is one side of a duplex, and these properties share a fence line. Helm Farm has seen many changes rapidly occur in the past 4 years, and we are not strangers to attending both Planning Commission meetings, hi Commissioner Noble, and Board of Adjustment meetings. When I arrived in the neighborhood in 2018, the 3 biggest complaints that were received by neighborhood leadership were sidewalks, speeding, and loose dogs. Today, the 3 largest concerns that we have in here are sidewalks, an oversaturation of short-term rentals, and the fast pace of homes being demolished for $500,000+ homes, some of which are purchased and turned into Airbnbs. As of today, 1 in 25 homes in Helm Farm are a short-term rental, and we are a neighborhood of 400 homes. 1 in 25. This seems excessive, and it also doesn't include units in the next 2-mile radius, which would include neighborhoods like Douglas Edgemere, Crown Heights, Military Park, and Woodland Park. For this application, our community would like to offer a compromise. If Luke is simply trading out the units and reverting the duplex back to a traditional rental, I believe folks could get behind it. However, if he is not swapping out the units and plans to use both of them as a short-term rental, I would like to respectfully ask for this application to be denied. Simply put, 2 short-term rentals, especially side by side on the same block with the narrow streets that we have in our community, seems excessive. And I thank you all for your service and commitment to this big league city.
Thank
Thank you.
And I'm sorry for that oversight. Would you like to get up and address her concerns?
She spoke glowingly of me as a landlord and Airbnb host, so do appreciate that. I mean, it's an area from 50th to 36th Street, if I'm not mistaken, half mile wide, or a couple blocks wide, mile long, upwards of 16 Airbnbs within that. I don't know those exact numbers. Me doing kind of market research, I've only noticed 5 others in that area. Yes, I do own the duplex next door. One side is an Airbnb. I also own the house directly across the street. That's a long-term rental as well. I get to know the neighbors, never had any complaints from anyone, try to be as good a neighbor as possible. So, nothing would change with this one. The location is great for the restaurants, the walkability factor. It gets outstanding reviews. The businesses appreciate all the extra business from guests eating out every night, so it's an ideal location. That's all.
So in all fairness, the board, we appreciate hearing from the residents in the area. However, we don't make decisions based upon feelings, and we don't predict what a homeowner or a requester may do with his or her vacant property. Oh, excuse me, would you come to the mic, please?
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I can go to this one too. That's not, okay, we respect that, and we understand that traditionally you don't tell homeowners what they can and can't do, but there have been talks about saturation the last year, and there's actually another case in my neighborhood that will be up shortly on this docket, and I have a map that I created for y'all of unlicensed Airbnbs. That it's been a lengthy process too, as you know. Yes, I report these. We report them as a neighborhood several times a month. I have gotten one to a court case pending, and that was in October of this year at the end of the month, and it still has not been resolved. And I know, but I think there's something to be said for oversaturation when there's 1 in 25 homes as an Airbnb.
And that's why we appreciate those individuals who come here that's wanting to do the right thing. So you're to be commended for that. And because of your concerns, of your concerns, and because you've done the research, you know those households, not necessarily the owners, then as far as pursuing it on a legal basis, I don't know what to say to you for that. Because again, this board, we don't make recommendations for anything like that.
But you can deny, and you have denied in my neighborhood
Now,
before.
we can approve or deny.
Yes.
You're absolutely correct. So that is the 2 decisions that we have that we can make, and we will do that today.
Yes, and I know that. I just thought you were saying we can't tell him what he can't do, and I was like,
With his property, no, we cannot.
no, and we understand that. We would just like to see this application denied for the sole reason of oversaturation. Again, great neighbor, love him, great neighbor.
They're much nicer houses now. Purchased them.
A lot of houses, you've done a great job.
I didn't tear it down and build it like the.
And we have definitely appreciate that.
And you know what? You are to be commended on your bravery, because a lot of people think and they don't talk, but you're up here speaking out. So thank you very much for doing that.
I do want to say a little bit that we, as a board, based off of the materials we have, we are given certain standards by which we have to follow. And as long as the application meets those standards, I think we're kind of lent to approving.
Thank you, Board Member Seta. I agree. However, earlier this year, there was a case in my neighborhood that came up, and he wanted 4 Airbnbs on one block. I don't know if you remember this one on 47th. And 3 were actually denied, and he got 1. And so it's not unprecedented to see this, especially in my neighborhood with the saturation that we've had. So I get, you have guidelines, but you can also veer from those if you feel that it is getting to be too much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this application? Mr. Richardson, is there anything else you would like to add?
I think she's covered it, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Board members, do you have anything else that you would like to add?
I do not.
So at this time, I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15156 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year.
It's not appearing. I'll second it. It's not up there.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
And item 23, case 15167, special exception of Britton Mitchell to allow home sharing at 13509 Blue Jacket Drive.
Can I second a motion?
Hello, this is Britton Mitchell with High Impact Living on behalf of James Estrada Blue Jacket LLC, here for a home sharing exemption. And at the property 13509 Blue Jacket Drive, and my home property is 13313 Watson Drive in Piedmont, Oklahoma. Also have my business partner, Dylan Walker.
My address is 13317 Watson Drive.
Do you have any properties that you currently are renting out right now for offering out? Currently, because you have 4
Yeah, we're asking
applications
for
for
4
today.
applications. Yeah, all 4 properties we're currently renting out for 30 days, if not longer. But to traveling nurses and business professionals, however, we've been seeing an increase of people wanting to stay less than 30 days, but because of the rules and regulations in the city, that's why we're asking for the home sharing exemption to be able to accept those requests. But at this moment, we're only renting out these 4 properties for 30 days or longer.
So you were renting out the 4 properties for 30 consecutive days or longer?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
For
so
like
you're
traveling
good.
nurses, typically
Okay.
here 13 to 26 weeks. That's our clientele that we're looking at.
So you were
placing
not in
these-
violation, that's all I wanted
Yeah.
to hear.
mhm.
Okay. Board members have any questions?
This application is just for 2.
This one is just for
Just
the
for one.
one, yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 more, I think.
Yeah, he has a total of 4, but we can only do them one at a time.
Okay.
Any questions?
Why is 13507 in the rectangle?
I didn't hear your question.
In the subject
On the
property,
subject
there-
property,
there-
there's
2 addresses.
2 addresses that are in the rectangle.
That's the address of one of his other properties that he's offering.
Okay.
It's just,
3 rooms being offered, 7 guests. Do you have a sofa bed?
Yeah, so this is a 3-bed, 2.5 bath property. So downstairs we have a sofa bed or a couch, and then upstairs there's 2 queen beds, 2 twin beds. So yeah, that would be 7 guests in total.
I do not have have any questions, and it appears that there's at least no objections unless there's someone present.
Is there anyone present that would like to speak on the application? Sir, please come forward. Are you Mr. Dan Fryer? Don, I'm so sorry, Mr. Don Fryer.
My name's Don Fryer. I reside at 19501 Rambling Creek Drive in Edmond, Oklahoma. I represent the Afton Grove Homeowners Association. And as a property manager, or as a property owner and real estate investor myself, we have had issues like this in the past in neighborhoods, and the short-term leases that do come in, typically there's nobody to clean up after them. They might clean up the residents inside, but the trash cans that get left out at the street stay out at the street. There's nobody to take those back. The residents don't understand those things, or the short-term tenants don't understand those things. We have cars that are parked in the streets. Often, I have some complaints from some homeowners, or from some of the other owners that live in there, about cars on the streets, about trash cans. When this issue came up, as the HOA president, I sent out an email and we took a vote, and 74% of the owners in the neighborhood object to this proposal. The owner in question of the property that these gentlemen say they represent did not even respond to that. So he didn't vote in favor or anything, didn't even respond. He was one of the 25% that didn't respond at all. Although short-term leasing is not addressed in our HOA covenants and restrictions, there are a couple issues that are. And I have copies of the covenants and restrictions if you'd like to see them. But section 2.31, section A, overnight parking on the street is prohibited, as well as section 2.37, lease approval. Any owner of a lot is required to submit his proposed lease agreement for the structure on that lot for the approval of the declarant or the association. We have not been provided that. Also, section 2.38, no owner may use any lease agreement that contains a provision for the tenant to sublease any structure on the lot or the property. Subleasing is prohibited on the subject property. So the HOA specifically forbids subleasing. The applicants, according to the Oklahoma Real Estate Commission website, are not licensed real estate associates or brokers. I am a licensed real estate associate. According to the Oklahoma State Law, sections 858 through 312, or 8580 or 101 through 858605, only the owner of a property is allowed to lease a property unless they are a licensed broker. So you can't do that anyways. And from what I understand, the property is already being conducted in a state of short-term leases based on neighbors' reports of people coming in and out and who's there. So instead of permission, I think they're asking you for forgiveness.
Excuse me, Mr. Fryer, our board, we don't have anything to do with HOAs. So therefore, even though they may have those restrictions, there's nothing we can do in support our denial of it. And secondly, the other stuff that you just cited, our board doesn't have anything to do with that either.
You don't follow state law?
We do follow state law. However, the reason that he's here is to apply for a special exception. So that is within the laws of Oklahoma.
Is that true, Counselor? That laws can have special exemptions of laws?
For purposes of the Board of Adjustment, the application is for a special exception to the otherwise applicable rules of ordinances of the City of Oklahoma City. The chair today is accurate that we don't, as a board, the members of this board do not address anything that has to do with the homeowners association or anything other than that. There are other remedies available to you, but they are not before this body.
Yeah, we are seeking those other remedies. I just would like to say once again, 75% of the people in the association object to this.
And again, Mr. Fryer, please, whatever other options that are available to you, if you're dissatisfied after today, I would encourage you to seek additional counseling.
We're already in the process of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, there's a gentleman in the back.
Good evening. My name's Chad Randall. My address is 2973 Rolling Stone Road. I am the principal of a construction company called Centerpoint Construction. I specialize in investment property. In this subdivision, there were 35 duplexes constructed. I built 15 of them. I actually sold a duplex to Mr. Estrada, who is on the application, prior to, and he closed on that duplex prior to closing on the duplex in question. The one in question I did not build and did not sell to him, but we did transact prior to this transaction, and there was a lot of communication. It was made very clear that the intent of this subdivision was to prohibit and restrict and avoid Airbnbs. There was a lot of communication between Mr. Estrada and I prior to closing, so to the intent of their application, it was very clear that these were not intended to be. I actually thought they were in the CCRs, and that was an oversight. Excuse me. The reason we do that is we want to control the neighborhood, keep the aesthetic up, provide a safe, upscale place for people to live in our communities. I could tell that people come in here in good faith and ask for, from what we've been listening to, people have been operating them. They're figuring out that you're supposed to have a license. They come in here and go, hey, my bad. I didn't know I was supposed to get approval. They come in here in good faith and have it. I can tell you that Mr. Estrada knew that he was not supposed to have, not supposed to be applying for this Airbnb when I received notification that they had applied for a special acceptance. I called him twice and left him 2 voicemails, and he did not return my phone call, which in my opinion alludes to the fact that he's not acting in good faith, which is disappointing to me. I think it's important that what Mr. Fryer said, that 75% of the HOAs, because you guys mentioned HOA approval in some of the previous cases, that 3/4 of the people voted against it. What he left out was that 0 of the owners voted for it, and the applicant himself neglected to even vote for himself. So 0 other owners in the community voted to approve or asked if they were in favor of the special exception. I think that's a critical piece of information because that affects every other owner, every other tenant in the community that we're discussing. And I also think it's really important to note that subleasing is explicitly prohibited in the CCRs. Mr. Estrada is leasing to the applicant. The applicants are then subleasing to that, and I think overturning that would set a really gnarly precedent, since we talked about rules and applications and precedents and things like that. I firmly believe that several of the standards for approval for special exception are in violation. I do not believe that this is in harmony with the intent of the PUD and the CCRs and the surrounding community. I believe it has the potential to negatively affect neighboring properties. I personally I'm not an opponent of Airbnbs in general. I think they serve a great purpose. I think they're an incredible investment tool in the right situation when managed property. I can tell you that from the beginning, because I was involved in the development, the construction, the lease up, I was the previous HOA president. That was never in harmony or in the intent of this development in general. I thought it was interesting that they mentioned that they were trying to have 30-day plus tenants. The Airbnb has been up since, I think, March. There's been no requirement that leases be longer than 30 days. So my opinion is that they're not acting in good faith. They're just doing it as it is. They're asking for forgiveness, not permission. So I strongly urge you to consider denying this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And again, I'm gonna have to reiterate what was stated. You know, we don't handle situations like that. But if you hold strong to your beliefs, I would highly recommend that you seek further counseling on how to handle the situation, especially since you believe Mr. Estrada misled you. Any other applicants that would like to speak on this? Would you like to come back and address any of that?
Yes, so to address the parking concerns, the parking in the street, that is in our rules and regulations. If a guest comes and stays, we do have a maximum of 2 vehicles. Clearly, this property can fit 3, 1 in the garage, 2 in the driveway. However, we only ask for a maximum of 2, and that they are not to park in the street as well. For the trash cans, if the guests are checking out, it is in our regulations on the day they're checking out to take out those trash cans. And then we do have a professional cleaning company that comes by that will take those trash cans back as soon as they're emptied by the city's trash removal service. And to my knowledge, we haven't received any complaints. We also monitor this property with video surveillance on the front Ring doorbell, just to make sure everything is taken care of.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you have any questions you'd like to ask or concerns? Okay.
No.
How many other properties do you have short-term lease right now?
Right now, well, a total of 4 is what we're asking for, so 3 additional.
3 additional today, but none prior to today?
No, that's correct.
Okay, I do not have any further questions at this point. Do you? No? Okay.
Did you say you did?
I do not.
Okay. Seeing that there are no other questions, concerns, or comments, I would like to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case number 15167 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Item 24 is case 15158, special exception of Nathan Cruz to allow home sharing at 13128 Green Valley Drive.
Good afternoon. My name is Santiago Belmonte. My address is 2809 Northwest 57th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I am the backbone for Nathan Cruz, the owner of this property. I would like to request to allow operate nightly rentals here at this home of 4045 Thunderbird Drive. We are looking at it as an asset to the community, as it being well located next to a hospital. Our attraction is to present to our clientele as being guests at the hospital or other residents or that are currently staying at the hospital. So that is our intent. We do various background searches whenever we do Airbnbs. If that's our intent, we don't do them. That's our intent to do. I'm currently a property manager for 93 other long-term rentals, not short-term rentals, which is Airbnbs. I would like to use my same system that I use in order to vet these guests as far as their backgrounds and stuff like that. At the moment, what we want to do is basically have any guests that are willing to come in. They have to meet certain requirements that we ask of, that they have a minimum of 5 good reviews from previous guests, that their profile was longer than 2 years active, as well as, That's pretty much it. If they don't have an active profile longer than 2 years, we do a background search equivalent to that we do to our long-term rentals.
Board members, do you have any questions?
It's a 3-bed, 2-bath,
Correct.
and you're asking for 10?
I'm sorry?
You're asking for 10 guests?
10 guests. Currently, at the moment, it can sleep 10 from our plans. Our plan is to have a first floor bedroom that has a king bed. Upstairs is 2 bedrooms, 1 king and 1 queen. And then there's also 3 sofa beds, 1 in the living room and 1 upstairs. 2 upstairs, I'm sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the 10th one would be, I think we took in consideration the 10th being a child in that king bed.
So, Mr. Cruz, when you're talking about a home with
I'm sorry,
three-
my name is Santiago Belmonte. I'm representing Nathan
Oh,
Cruz.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, sir. What is your name again?
Santiago Belmonte.
Santiago.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. So when you're offering a 3-bedroom home with 2 bedrooms in it, up to 10 guests, that almost sounds like there may be a potential to have a party. And in my opinion, as one board member, I think that's too many guests for a 3-bedroom home. So therefore, would you be willing to lower that number?
We can lower it down. I think it's supposed to be meant for 9. I don't remember where the 10 came from, but we do have a device called Minute that we wanted to install. We've used YouTube videos that we've seen.
So I understand that, but for the board, in my opinion, for the board to even consider approval, the accommodation of 10 people in this house is more than what I would be willing to even consider approving. So therefore, would you consider lowering that number to maybe 7?
Yeah, that's feasible.
Okay, that's more accommodating in
Yes.
my mind's eye. Thank you, sir. Any other
And
concerns?
this is a duplex property?
Yes, correct.
You own both sides?
I don't own them. I manage them for Nathan
Manage
Cruz.
both sides? You're representing the owner of
Yes,
both
correct.
sides?
And you have 2 applications today. Is the second one the attached duplex?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a quick background on that property. Both of them used to be leased out to long-term tenants. The owner has since decided to renovate them, and obviously he's choosing whether to go long-term or short-term, depending on the decision.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or concerns from the members of the board?
I don't think so. I think that was going to be my concern
So
if
we-
it was the duplex. I know you put quiet hours, so I just want to make sure that if you own both sides, I want to make sure
I
that that
wanted
was.
to inquire, but we do have some opposition to your applications, both of them. So if the opposer is present, would you please come forward, state your name and your address?
First come, first serve.
My name is Ralph Salusti. I live at 13108 St. Andrews Drive in the Greens. Our home is located about a block and a half from this duplex. What astounds me about this application is that they were converting the property to a hotel before they filed their application. These are pictures of the dumpsters outside of the duplex 4 months ago. 3 months ago, before they filed the application. They were renovating the property. I understood it was to be the owner lived in one portion of the property and permitted guests to come in. This gentleman said that they're going to rent out all the rooms on both sides of the property. That's a hotel. That's not an owner sharing property. I respectfully also advise the board that, of course, the Greens was platted 47 years ago for single-family homes. And that plat includes this property, this lot and block. I think this should be denied, not only because it's an intrusion into a single-family neighborhood of a hotel, but based on the hubris that they converted the property before they ever filed the application. And I find that astounding. Moreover, the property is not owned by Mr. Cruz individually. It's owned by Cruz Oklahoma Ray LLC. So if the application was signed that he owned it, that application in and of itself, in my opinion, being a lawyer 48 years, if it was done under oath, is perjurious. If he said he was the member of the LLC, then it's correct. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Oh. There's oh, he's Mr. San Diego, Tim.
Okay.
My name is Philip Isaacs. I am here representing Drew Isaacs, who lives on Thunderbird. Thunderbird is a street that goes to the east across from the Greens Tennis Center. It's on the north side of this property, this duplex that we're looking at in the photograph. On that street, there is Drew Isaacs, who is about 70 years old. There are two other ladies that are between 80 and 92. There are 2 or 3 families who have preschool children. With this type of use, which is far exceeds the use as a duplex, because these people I just mentioned have lived on this street for over 20 years. You run a risk for those people, both the older people and the children. You do not know who is going to be in that Airbnb. In addition, the owner is from out of state. And the gentleman that was just here has indicated that he misrepresented some things in this case. I am here representing Drew Isaacs primarily, but also these other ladies that are her close friends. You also should have other letters from people that live in the Greens. Do you have those?
Yes, sir, we do have a number of opposition that came in.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure
Yes, sir.
you had received those. But anyway, I respectfully submit that this case, the 1515-8 and 1515-9 be denied because they do indicate a risk for the people in the neighborhood. And also, these people have indicated that they feel like it will also be a negative toward the value of their existing property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. So, I empathize with both gentlemen on their concerns. However, as a board, there are guidelines that we have to go by when we're making our considerations. And those guidelines are listed under the lodging accommodations and home sharing, which tells us what to look for when an applicant is requesting approval. So therefore, at this time, I would like to ask again, is there anyone else that would like to speak on the application? Board members, are there any other questions or concerns?
The application that was filed by an LLC, if a proper representative of the LLC signed the application, then it is properly before this body.
Okay, that was my only concern, as a title attorney, I make title requirements all the time when it's signed by the wrong person, so I just wanted to make sure that, being new to the board, that we have at least thought about. If the property is owned by an LLC, can a person in their individual capacity, not in their representative capacity, make the application and still be valid?
Okay, and thank you very much for bringing up that point of information. And for those of you out there who just heard that, if it comes up before us again, and if you're one of the ones that's presenting that, please note that it is proper. So at this time, I would like to entertain a motion.
Did we say how many, is this 7 people? To address some of the concerns as far as traffic and the number of vehicles, I think one of the emails says that if there's six rooms, potentially there may be 12 vehicles. I know some of the other applications have put a restriction on the number of vehicles. Are you willing to self-impose some sort of guideline as to the number of vehicles for each unit?
Yeah, we can do a max of 3 vehicles per unit. At the
Okay,
moment, I think
and
they
will
can
that, is there enough room for that?
Yeah, at the moment, I think they can fit 6 on each side. Only on the 13128, you can fit at least 6 vehicles there. On the 45 Thunderbird, you can fit 4 vehicles. That is not including inside the garage. That can fit another 2.
Okay, so if we do 3 vehicles per side, because they are going to be rented individually, if we put a maximum of 7 people and 3 vehicles at any time, is that something that you'd be something that you would go along with?
Yes, we can do that. We can hold that.
I do not have anything further.
I don't either.
Okay.
Would you like to present a motion?
Yeah. I move to approve case number 15158 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement. I apologize. It's been a long day. For a special exception for a period of 1 year with the modifications that we are changing the number maximum of occupants to 7 and a maximum of 3 vehicles for any one renter.
Okay, it carries. And Mr. Santiago, please remain.
And next item is 25, case 15159, special exception, same applicant, 4045 Thunderbird Drive.
My name is Santiago Belmonte. My address is 2809 Northwest 57th, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'm here for the case number 1559 of the property located at 4045 Thunderbird Drive.
So again, we are seeing a repeat of what was in your first one, same number of guests and all of that. Of course, you know we're going to ask for a reduction of that number.
Yes, I'm willing to do 7 guests max with 3 vehicles max.
And the same people who opposed the first are also opposing the second. So therefore, gentlemen, if you would like to come up to speak again, please do.
Thank you. I will not belabor the point, but that I understand that the limit was reduced, the limit from 10 guests was made down to 7 guests and 3 vehicles on the first duplex, the first half of the duplex. Is that what it was?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
7 people and 3 vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're
I just
welcome.
renewed the same objection that I made earlier in that the owner isn't going to live there. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
After hearing what has been said and watching numerous cases since this hearing started, 7 guests, you got 3 bedrooms, 2 people per bedroom. Seems excessive, but that's what you have decided upon. But you could have 14 people and 6 cars around this duplex. And bear in mind, there are children and elderly people in this area, and their safety is important. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. And again, I hope that the renter will make sure to inform his rentees of the safety and concern of the neighbors for everyone that lives in that area.
Yes.
Any questions or concerns? Excuse me, sir, did you need to address anything else that they just said?
No, I just want to make sure I'm heard.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, do you have any further questions or concerns? No? Seeing that there are none, would you like to entertain a motion?
Move to approve.
It's the same ones.
I'd like to let them know something, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes, excuse me.
Hello, there has been conversation about the owners not living in the residence, and I wanted to bring to your attention the code provision. It's from Chapter 59 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, Section 59-8300.51.1. In particular, it says, if the dwelling is not the primary residence of the host, a special exception must be obtained from the Board of Adjustment, and that is the reason for all of these applications. You are not required to live in the house, but you must get a special exception if you don't.
Thank you, Counselor.
Ready for a motion?
Yes, please.
All right, move to approve case number 15159 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations with the modifications that there shall only be 7 people maximum at any time and 3 vehicles maximum.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, two gentlemen.
Item 26 is case 15160, it's a special exception of Benjamin Sherman to allow home sharing at 5217 Foster Drive.
Hello, my name is Sierra Steed, and my address is 604 East Towery Drive, West City, Oklahoma. I'm here on behalf of Benjamin Sherman. He's my employer, and he lives out of town to apply for a special exception for home sharing for the property at 5217 Foster. Sorry, I don't really know what else I'm supposed to.
Since the requestor lives out of state, are you going to be the manager?
No, I do housekeeping for some of his properties, Airbnbs that are already running in Norman. So I would go and, clean up the property after every guest, take the trash out to the curb every week. But I don't I wouldn't manage any properties. But I do get calls sometimes to go do maintenance requests and things like that. But I've never had any type of call or had to do any type of management per se. He does have a manager. Her name is Megan. She's just not here today.
But this is the only property that's in Oklahoma City or either Oklahoma County, is that correct?
This one is
Yes.
the only, yes, I think so.
Well,
Has,
he's listed down here as none.
what do you mean? I'm sorry.
So,
He has two in Norman that I work, doing
okay, so
housekeeping
my question
for.
was, is this the only property that he has in Oklahoma City or Oklahoma County? Norman is normally in Cleveland County, so,
Yeah, I believe so, because I've only worked for him since October, so I think it is, because this is the only one that he's talked to me about, so, yeah. And I know he has quite a few properties in different states, I think, or he has some other ones,
okay.
but, yeah.
Another question I have, he's offering 4 rooms for accommodating 9 people. Are those 4 bedrooms, or what? Can you give me a little bit on those rooms?
I was told it was 3 bedrooms that slept 8. So I didn't submit this, but I was told it had 3 bedrooms that slept 8. There's a king-size bed in one bedroom. There's a queen-size bed in another bedroom, and then there's 2 twin beds in the 3rd bedroom.
So maybe the 4 rooms are 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom to equal 4?
Or there's a living room, with pull-out couch. I don't really know if that
Oh,
would
okay.
count.
That's
And-
where it's at.
Yeah, and then there's a pack and play in case you have an infant or something like that. I don't know. But as far as I know, it's 3 bedrooms.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys have any
So
questions?
who is going to manage the property?
Her name is Megan Anthony. She's his employee that does manages stuff that's not housekeeping. I don't have any kind of experience.
Where is she located?
She lives in Wichita, I believe, but she's out down here a lot. She's travels back and forth to Oklahoma City quite a bit. But I don't know that there's ever been a reason, I guess, to have any kind of management besides setting up the property, and I don't know what else maybe. There's been no complaints. I asked because I heard, you guys asking those questions, so I asked, has there been any type of complaints about the property? And she said no, so I don't know what else maybe they would manage. And if they did have something to manage, I'm sure that she would just make a trip down here.
Well, I do have some concerns because number one, the number of rooms being offered compared to the number that it will accommodate, and the length of time that they're asking, which is 15 years, which far exceed what we even offer.
Right.
And not only that, the person is not a resident of Oklahoma, although that's not a big deal. But it's a deal when a lot of questions that we've asked have gone unanswered. So therefore, for me, board members, I would like to get additional information on some of those questions and to see if there's a possibility that whoever can answer the questions can let us know if we made a recommendation to change the number of maximum guests to a different number.
Okay.
If that can be done. Are you texting someone?
No, I was gonna write this stuff down that you're saying, if that's okay.
Well, if you were going to give me an immediate answer, I was going to say, that's good.
Oh, no, I was just writing it down so I could give it to, so I could relay the information,
Well,
sorry.
and that's just, something for me.
Okay,
I think for me, if the application says 4 and you believe there's 3, I think there's some inconsistency. So I think, for me personally, I think that I don't think that it would be a big burden to maybe come back on January 5th with a corrected application.
okay.
Are you okay with that?
I agree, unless you're here and you can.
Answer the questions about the
Yeah.
discrepancy with the number of bedrooms.
Right.
I don't know. I can't really think of an, except for maybe it was just a mistake. Maybe
So I'd suggest you get a
Yeah.
continuance.
I can, okay, so I'll just,
If you're here just to be a party to share the information, I'm not sure that you would also be in a representative capacity to make decisions for the company. And I don't want to put you in a tough spot. So I think for that purpose, let's push it back on the owner for him to submit a corrected application and updated with the
Okay.
appropriate numbers. And if
Okay.
he's going to be out of state and there's no one in state, I would also like a little more substance on the self-imposed rules than what we've got. I want to be very mindful about the people in the neighborhood. No parties, but what about pets? And that's something that is mostly addressed in some of the other applications. So he may want to take a look at those too to see if there's additional rules, self-imposed rules that he would be willing to put on himself.
okay, okay.
And also, that application probably needs to be for 1 year.
The application needs to be for what, I'm sorry?
For 1 year.
1 year, not
Not
15?
15.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. Although you can ask for up to 10 years, but 15, you can't supersede what's already there, okay?
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
All right, yes.
So at this point, what I'm hearing is that we're talking about a continuance. Hey, may I please hear a motion?
Motion to continue case number 15160 to the January 5th, 2023 meeting.
Okay, so we'll have you on the docket for January the 5th, 2023.
Is it the same time?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
1:30 PM.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 27 is case 15161, special exception of Tree Lou to allow home sharing at 2939 Northwest 29th Street.
Hi, my name is Tri Lu. I live at 1514 Northwest 9th Street. The case number is 15161. For the house is 2939 Northwest 29th Street.
Is this for the property behind the house?
Yeah, the front property is a long-term rental. And then in the back is a studio upstairs that I used to live there and I moved out a few months ago. And because I left all my stuff there, so I just decided to want to try Airbnb.
And there's 2 bedrooms?
It's just a studio.
In the back property, there was 3 bedrooms?
It's just a studio, yeah.
Just a studio?
Yeah.
But it can sleep 4?
No, just sleep 2 people only.
Okay. Because the application that says 4.
Oh, it's a studio, only 1 bed, yeah.
And it has 2 rooms also, so studio, I'm presuming it's just going to be the one with up to 2 guests. Then is that correct?
I can't hear you.
So the application says it's for 2 rooms.
No, it's not, it's a studio only.
Okay, so this is something I noticed about your application as well. It is exactly like Mr. Wynn's. Everything say exactly the same thing as well?
Oh, because we used to business partner. We used to be shared as a company.
Yes,
And then
sir.
about a few months ago, 5-6 months ago, we decided to separate because we hated to manage both. So that at that time, this house belonged to me, and then the other 2 houses belonged to him. And
So are there 2 rooms being offered?
no, this property only a studio in the back, and the front of the house is the 2 bedrooms.
You have 2 cases that are back to back, and it's exactly the same as this one as far as everything that you've written and submitted to us. So is that one different too? case is yours as well, and it's
Correct.
exactly like the first
Yeah.
one?
The second one is actually 3 bedrooms.
It has 3 bedrooms?
It's 3 bedrooms.
Okay, so those numbers are not what's written on our forms. That's why we're asking you these questions.
Are you at 25 Cashin Street? The second one?
Yes, 2500 Cashin
Cashin
Place
Street is a
is the
3-bedroom.
second application, and it lists 2 rooms being offered for a total of 4 guests.
No, it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom for 6 guests.
Do we normally amend rooms and?
Yeah, we can change
Okay.
it because it's, right?
So as to the
Yeah, we can
first,
make those changes.
yeah, okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we just want to, get you on the right track, so.
All right, so for 2939 Northwest 29th Street, you're offering a studio with
Correct.
a maximum number of 2 people. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. With that, that shares a driveway with 2937. My concern about parking, is 2937 a long-term lease? Is someone renting that one long-term?
Oh,
or-
actually, there's a driveway, another driveway next to it. And so when the long-term rental agreement that she can only have 1 car for her in front of the house, that I built a new driveway for that house specifically. And she agreed to just have 1 car only, and she's been living there almost a year already. We have no problem with parking.
Okay.
Is that the restriction for the limit to 1 car in the application? I think I remember seeing that.
I don't think so.
This one didn't have that.
Yeah,
No,
I would want that on there.
It says 3 cars and 2-bedroom rental, so. Would you be willing to just allow 1 car?
Excuse me?
Would you be willing to allow just 1 vehicle?
For the long-term unit, yes, I agree with, she has to agree with.
No, for the studio.
For the studio, the driveway is very long. Usually just only 1 car go there. The driveway over 100 feet, and so usually only 1 car because it's studio.
I don't think parking is going to be a problem. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Parking,
Do
it's
you-
fine.
Would you like that restriction or not?
No, because the driveway is long, I don't think we need to put it in there.
My only concern about that is if the long-term rental is already parked there in the driveway, and then
No, we make it very clear. It's when the guest renting the house, and I basically told her that I'm going to build a new driveway specifically just for her in front of the house, and also she had young children, so that I built the driveway so that she can able to push the car all the way to the house, the unit 1. And so we make it very clear that the driveway on the right side is using for Airbnb only, and we never have any problem with that.
And that's something that you can regulate yourself, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns?
looking on here for as far as like a lot of the applications have information about parties or anything like that. I mean, is that something that you guys are comfortable with, or?
So is there anyone that would like to speak on the application? Seeing that there are none, board members, may I please have a motion?
Move to approve case number 15161 for the purposes that it meets the statutory exception for a period of 1 year, Subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations, with the changes to that this shall apply to a one-room studio, 2 maximum guests at one time, and I believe that was it, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Liu, please remain.
Okay, 28 is 15162, special exception of same applicant for home sharing at 2500 Cashin Place.
Hi, my name is Tri Lu. I live at 1514 Northwest 9th Street, case number 15162, for the house at 2500 Cashin Place, OKC.
And Mr. Liu, we've already made those corrections to the number of rooms offered as well as the accommodations. Is there anything else you need to add?
The other thing, I think about a few months ago, 2 months ago, I think Cynthia called me that said the neighbor complained there was loud music at night. And it was about 5 months ago. And at that time, the house was still under construction. And a friend of my friend looking for work at night. And so I was kind of asking him to help demo, do all the trash and take out all the trash. And he often work at night. And so the neighbor didn't know, and I also didn't know that he played loud music at night. And so I think when Cynthia called, I actually confirmed that at that time the house was under construction and was not renting for Airbnb because the house didn't finish until September.
Any questions or concerns?
How many people are you seeking as far as occupation or occupants?
Just 6 people, that's it.
6 people?
Yeah. I also know, put underneath of my booking is no music and no party allowed because I have other people requesting for the party and knowing that my neighbor are more sensitive with the crowd, I do put on the bottom if it do not inquire for party because I don't want to create any inconvenience for my neighbors.
Anything else?
You said that in your listing you do have no parties allowed.
No loud music after 9:30 and no party because I just also say that elderly couple live across the street. I just say it so that they more keep that in mind, that not to book that house for party.
Okay, I'm looking on here, I'm not seeing it.
Not in the application. So we
It's
could add it.
It's
though.
in my
Your
description for the
Airbnb.
house. Yeah.
So would you be willing to entertain us adding that restriction that no loud music is allowed?
Yeah.
Quiet hours after 10.
And knowing that you have received some complaints as to the loud music, would you be willing to entertain quiet hours after 10 o'clock?
Correct. I only put that on the description as also.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say 10 to 8?
I put it 9:30 p.m. That in my description.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quiet, so it begins at 9:30 p.m. Do you have a end time, like in the morning
Yeah.
or
Morning.
what time?
That I didn't put, but I just said after 9:30.
9:30, so 9:30 to 9:30? Okay. I do not have any further
No further?
questions. No.
Nothing else.
Okay.
I would like to,
3 rooms, 6 guests.
we changed it when we were discussing his first case because we knew he had both of them together. Sorry, Cindy. Yeah, that's what the application said. So is there any other discussion? I would like to entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve case number 15162 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exemption for a period of 1 year with the self-imposed guidelines and rules subject to the following changes. The application shall be for 3 rooms, total of 6 maximum people during any short-term lease. No loud music to be played, had, and then quiet hours between the hours of 9:30 p.m. through 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, it's been approved.
Thank you very much.
Before we move forward, I'm going to call for like a 5-minute break. And I'm so sorry to those of you who are out there because you've been here as long as we have. So if you need to take a 5-minute break, please do come back. We're going to start in 5 minutes. I'm going to call the meeting back in order. I know you're like, oh, she's calling me back.
Item 29, 15163, special exception of Jennifer White to allow home sharing at 6313 Parkwood Lane.
Jonathan White, Jennifer White, we reside at 16105 Cattail Lane, but the property we're talking about today, and that's in Edmond, sorry. The property we're talking about today is 6613 Parkwood Lane. We have, and I will also say we submitted a 10-year request and we're fine to go to 1. We did not know what we were doing there. We've owned this property for 10 years. We lived in it for the first 6. We've rented it long-term for the last 4, and we're now requesting a special exemption for short-term rental. It sits vacant today. We know there's been some protest letters that were sent in, and they were primarily about children in the neighborhood and the preference for not having an Airbnb there. And having lived in the neighborhood, we completely agree with that, and we actually, you know, their insights are correct. We want to make sure that neighborhood stays in a really good fashion. In fact, that's part of why we want to move it from a long-term rental, so we can have restrictions like don't park in the street and sound restrictions, and actually have a little bit more teeth to control, you know, potential bad behavior out of a renter. So, and in fact, we also didn't submit rules. I apologize for that. We didn't submit rules, but we're fine with quiet hour rules, 9:30 to 9, something like that. No parking in the street, no more than 3 cars. We're fine with that. We would like to put something in there about dogs because we will allow dogs, and barking would be something. So we'd like to have something in there about no, you know, maintaining dogs from barking at night, and potentially having, if they're gonna have a dog, they have to have it inside when they're not around. And then also there's a pool and tennis courts in the HOA areas, and we're going to make it very clear that's all. So that's primarily what we come here today. Unless you have any questions, that's the story.
Is this your first property to Airbnb?
In Oklahoma City it is. We have an Airbnb in Davis, Oklahoma, that we purchased specifically for the purpose of staying in Davis, Oklahoma when we want to go there, and then an Airbnb being out, and then we have another long-term property in Oklahoma City. But this will be the first Oklahoma City Airbnb rental. Yes.
Mr. White, did I hear you say you were willing to reduce the number of guests?
Well, we may be, I guess. So it's a 4-bedroom house. It's a
Oh, it is 4 bedrooms.
4-bedroom. A
Okay.
king is in one, a queen is in one, a queen is in another, and then there's one with a bunk bed with a trundle in it. So it definitely can sleep 10 comfortably.
Yeah.
Having said that, we're probably going to list it on Airbnb for 8 because the living areas are really not set up for 10 people. So we're likely going to list it for 8 with the potential of if somebody asks about infants or something. It's just that the living areas are really not set up. The downstairs area, rather it be a positive experience.
So, Mr. White, you
Yes.
have been here long enough to hear my comments on consistency. And if you're going to list it on Airbnb for 8, then I would like for you to ask the Oklahoma City Board of Adjustment for 8 as well. I would like to see that consistency, and if it gets to the point where you think you want to do it for 10, that's okay, but as far as what you're going to list it for, I would like to see consistency in that.
Well, in that case, I'd argue that maybe we could, for consistency, just list it on for 10 on Airbnb, because I feel like it comfortably will sleep 10. It's just a matter of the living arrangements, which again, we could put a bigger table for more people downstairs. I guess I'm thinking of the circumstances in which the ninth one is a baby or something. So I'd like to be able to make an exception for those. I'm not going to stand here and fight with you about it though, if that's.
How many square feet is the home?
What's that?
How many square feet?
It's slightly over 2,800 square feet.
How much?
2,800.
2,800.
So it's a large home.
It's a large home. Now, we're also going to put some terminology in there and try and prevent like work crews from staying in there, because what the protest letters say about like the number of cars and the number of people, we do feel like it should be more of a family home, not something that 10 adults go to stay at. Like that,
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to try and target for.
And another reason I asked is because you do have opposition, and after
Yes.
reading some of the complaints and stuff, concern was the number of people that would be in the house, and that's why I want to try to accommodate you as much as I can.
We'll go to 8. That's fine. We will do 8.
You're so kind. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a long day, and I'm sure we all went out of here. And there's a lot of people who'd like to go. So
Thank you.
Would you limit the number of cars? also?
We haven't limited, well, we're going to limit it to number 3 on Airbnb, and for consistency, yes, go ahead and put 3 cars, I guess. Fine. And with the restriction that no parking in the street. Even though in this particular instance, the street parking an this is one of the few houses in the cul-de-sac that has it. But I actually would agree with the neighbors who say that, like, what happens is the neighbor across the street also parks it in the street. And if those two people bottleneck, that could be a problem. So actually, when I lived there, I'd never parked in the street, and I don't mind putting that restriction in there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No more questions.
You said self-imposed rules respect the neighbors after 10.
9:30.
9:30.
Quiet time after 9:30.
Is that, can we kind of, I guess, say, instead of respect the neighbors, can we say quiet time after 9:30?
I put quiet time from 9:30 to 9 a.m.
Okay, all right.
Limit sound that can be heard by neighbors during these hours. So that was the pop-up we're going to have them like agree to,
Okay.
but we can restructure the words on that.
Yeah, like I said, it says self-imposed rules of conduct for guests, no events, and then it says respect the neighbors. So that's kind of very ambiguous.
We can put that in there.
So, so that's why many other applications are specifically saying quiet time after 9:30. So
We could include that verbiage.
Sure.
Okay.
Any other questions or concerns?
I think that's all I've got.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on behalf of this application? Seeing that there are none, board members, may I please have a motion?
Motion to approve case number 15163 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations, with the caveat that we are amending the application to be a maximum number of 8 people, maximum number of 3 cars, quiet time between the times of 9:30 p.m. and 9 a.m. No parking on the street, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for a period of 1 year.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item 30, case 15164, special exception of Britton Mitchell to allow home sharing at 3111 North Chartel.
Britton Mitchell here for 3111 North Chartel Avenue on behalf of Paseo 12 LLC with High Impact Investments.
Dylan Walker, my address is 13317 Watson Drive, Piedmont, Oklahoma.
Oh, do you want to tell us anything about it?
This is a completely renovated home, inside and out. We are going to have only a maximum of 2 vehicles in the parking you see circled in red. Just like our other properties, we are long-term leasing this out for more than 30 days to traveling nurses on contract, primarily with St. Anthony's. But we keep getting asked if we will be able to rent this out for 2 weeks at a time, so that's why we're asking for a home sharing license. It sleeps 6. What we see is primarily about 4 people stay there. There's a king-size bed in 1 bedroom, a queen-size bed in the guest bedroom, a couch, and a roll-out bed.
Well, good news, you don't have any opposition on this application.
Yeah, wonderful.
Board members, you have any questions? No.
The application says for 1 to 10 years, you'd be fine with 1 year.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're coming back anyway, so.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Mr. Cedar, anything?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion, please.
Do we ask for opposition?
Yes.
Okay,
we
all
do
right, just
have
want to make sure. All right. Motion to approve case number 15164 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exemption, subject to the self-imposed rules and guidelines, with the only change that we are limiting this for a period of 1 year.
Okay, motion carried. So you two are the ones where I knew I saw a requested application earlier, and the two weren't together. And after you started walking up, I was like, oh, that's the one we made a mistake on.
Oh, so we could have got out of here earlier?
Well, but you would have seen all the whole show, so we enjoyed you.
All right.
Enjoy it. Have a good one.
Item 31, 15165, special exception, same applicant, 2600 Cedar Tree Road, Unit B.
Britton Mitchell with High Impact Investments on behalf of Quail Creek 40 LLC at 2600 Cedar Tree Road, Unit B. Home address is 13313 Watson Drive.
Dylan Walker, home address is 13317 Watson Drive, Piedmont, Oklahoma.
So to tell you a little about this unit, this is a townhome. It is a 3-bed or 2-bed, 2.5 bath, brand new, newly built in beginning of this year in the Quail Creek addition. It sleeps 7, so downstairs we have a couch, a pull-out bed. Upstairs we have 2 queen beds, and the backyard's also fenced in as well. We only allow a maximum 2 vehicles. Typically, all of our properties are 2-vehicle maximum, even though this one clearly could fit 3 or 4. Our guests are allowed to park in the garage as well, but we still ask for only 2 vehicles to be parked directly behind each other and not parallel to avoid any of the other tenants either to the left or to the right of the home and getting out.
So 2 rooms upstairs, and then downstairs you have a pull-out couch that's
Well, we have a
full-
couch, and then we have a roll-out bed downstairs.
Okay.
And then we have a queen bed upstairs, or 2 queen beds upstairs.
And the couch fits 2 people.
Right.
We're getting 7.
That's correct.
Your restriction that the vehicles be parked one in front of the other, it's not in your application. Can we note that in your application, that that's how they're going to be parked, or is that going to
Well,
cause an issue?
since the time we filed our application, we've modified the parking directions, but if you want to add that to the application.
Okay.
So single file and not parallel.
Are these duplexes or what?
Well, they're technically townhomes.
Townhomes?
Mhm.
Okay.
So there's 4 of them connected.
Uh-huh.
So the one you see on the left is on the end, and then we're the second one in the row, and then there's one connected to the right of us and another one connected to that one. So there's 4 townhomes connected to each other in a dwelling, but we're only asking for this one unit.
Do you
for home
own
sharing.
the whole
No, just this one,
Oh, you, okay.
just this unit B.
Okay. And your second one that's up next is the same thing, but it's connected
Yeah, it's
to a
just catty
different
corner.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, and you do not own the other one to it either?
No, the only other one, the one that's catty corner, the one that's on number 32, that one is Unit A. So
Uh-huh.
it's a 3-bed, 2.5 bath.
Okay. Are there any other questions, concerns?
I do not have any other questions or concerns.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
All right, motion to approve case number 15165 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations. The only addition to that is that we are requesting that vehicles, the 2 limit vehicles are parked, that they're parked single file rather than side by side
Correct.
for a period of 1 year.
Okay, thank you. Your next case?
All right. Britton Mitchell with High Impact Investments LLC on behalf of Quail Creek 40 LLC for 13214 Windy Ridge Road, Unit A, and home address is 13313 Watson Drive.
I'm so sorry. Even though we know you have the next case, we need to let the public know that it's the next case.
Oh, you need,
I'm so tired.
Let me read it into the record.
Been a long day.
15166, special exception of Britton Mitchell for home sharing at 13214 Windy Ridge Road, Unit A.
Do I need to repeat myself?
No, we have it,
Okay.
Thank you.
So like I was saying, this one's a 3-bed, 2.5 bath. Upstairs has 3 queen beds, downstairs couch, pull-out bed, fenced-in backyard, 2-vehicle maximum on this one as well. You could probably fit 5 cars in this driveway if you wanted to, but like I said, 2-vehicle maximum. And we do allow parking to be parallel.
Okay.
This townhouse.
And there's no opposition on this one either, so do you guys have questions or concerns?
I don't know, is anyone here, I guess, no one here is to object? Okay. I don't have any questions.
Okay, well, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
All right. Motion to approve case number 15166 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exemption, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year. Yes. Yes. What is that? Sorry. Yes. Special exception. Like it's 512.
I know we're. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 33, case 15157, a special exception of Ben Scott to allow home sharing at 1509 East Euclid Avenue.
Hello, my name is Ben Scott. My address is 1105 South Rankin Street, Edmond. Case number 15157, applying for a special exemption for the property at 1509. It's actually northeast Euclid Street, over by the OU Medical Center. So it's a 2-bed, 1-bath house, a little under 1,000 square feet. It's been remodeled since that Google Maps photo. Looks way nicer now. But we have a 4-guest limit, which I think is appropriate given the size. We have a queen bed in the primary room and a queen bed in the second room. And there's also a loft above that was built above the garage with a pretty steep ladder, but would be great for kids to go up there and like play board games and watch TV and stuff like that.
Your application is asking for a maximum number of 3 guests. Did you say you wanted 4?
Yeah, 4 guests. Yeah, that was maybe a typo.
And there are the 2 rooms, is it 2 separate rooms? You said it was, what's the setup again? I'm sorry.
So there's a primary room with a dresser that has a queen bed, and then a secondary room, which is a little smaller, that also has a queen bed, and then a bathroom in the hall between the 2.
Okay.
Garage parking is available if a guest needs it, but the driveway has enough space for 2 cars.
Do you have other properties?
Yes. And so I have properties of my own, and I also manage properties as well.
That are home shared properties?
Yes.
That's not listed on this application, other properties, but that's okay. Well, Mr. Scott, the good news is this is an area where there's not a lot of short-term rentals, so I know it's needed in that area.
Yeah, it's very close to it's close to the OU Medical Center. It's also close to the Softball Hall of Fame, which I know attracts a lot of visitors to Oklahoma City. So it is, in my opinion, an underserved part of the city for a property like this.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Do you know?
Anyone to speak on the application?
Seeing there's none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve case number 15157 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception. All right. Oh, my word. Subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations, with the only change to the application is that we are allowing a maximum number of 4 guests for a period of 1 year.
Thank you.
It's not showing, but it passed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Item 34, case 15174, special exception of Clint Newsom for home sharing at 631 West California, Suite 410.
Good evening. I'm Clint Newsom. Address 13317 Pinehurst Road, Oklahoma City. We are seeking the special exception for the approval of 6 newly constructed luxury condos as Airbnb property located at 631 West California. Each unit is 2-bed, 2-bath with open living, kitchen area, washer and dryer, utility closet. The project complements the downtown environment and it's increasing tourism with all the entertainment amenities that the area now offers right in that area, right around Film Row, the new park, Paycom. Each unit will be marketed exclusively as a luxury Airbnb through Forge Beyond Premium Vacation Rentals, which we currently have a contract in place with. And I guess I probably should have said the next 6 cases are all very similar.
You have a good promise, because I know.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Newsom, before you go any further, did you say they're newly constructed?
They're scheduled for completion next month, January.
So they are not completed, but you're coming to ask for a special exception prior to them being completed?
Yes,
And there are 6, and you're asking for all 6 of them?
yes, ma'am.
So there's a probability that you may have to go to a different board than the Board of Adjustments, only because you're asking for the whole unit to be deemed short-term rentals.
Where would I have to go?
I don't know. JJ, do you know?
Well, how many units are in the building?
6.
6. You're asking for the whole building. Really, what you're asking for is a hotel. So I think
Not
really what
I
you
mean,
need is to zone it, go to the Planning Commission, City Council, and get it zoned for a hotel.
But they're 2-bed, 2-bath with parking. They're condos, so
The board can certainly entertain that. In the past, it's been that if we really didn't want to turn buildings like this into short-term rental for the whole building. When you're really operating it, if it's the whole building, you're operating it as a hotel.
well, we do have that corner spot is commercial
Right.
space. So I don't know how that would be a mixed use or.
If they were located on separate foundations, then that would be totally different. But because they're all located within the same structure, for us as a board, we view it a little differently. However, if you want to continue with us and for us to make a decision, we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, how is that different than a duplex, I guess?
How is this different than a duplex?
It's not on.
Duplex is 2 units. This
Right,
is
but
6 units.
It's on the same foundation.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but still and yet, there's 6 units that you're asking us to give approval for, although they are listed separately. But it's not like a duplex, and we'll use that for an example, where it's 2, but they're only asking for 2. You're asking for 6 at one time in the same structure.
Has a short-term rental ever been issued for an apartment?
No,
No?
no,
Okay.
no.
Or
But we just did 2 condos today,
a townhome that are connected?
so I don't know. He
6.
does 5 of the 6. Are they going to be for sale at the same time?
No, no.
So another issue that I have with this is because they're not completed yet, but you're asking us to grant you something before it's completed?
Yeah, the idea was that they get completed next month, and we immediately hit the market with them. We're under contract with the property management, Airbnb, luxury condo. They represent 6 different properties across the nation that are catered towards luxury Airbnbs of this nature that kind of set a high precedent. They do same utilities or same toiletries. It keeps it very consistently branded. So if you go to one of their properties, you know what you're getting. And so that's where, when we started looking at Airbnb, that's kind of where the idea came about, to keep that consistency, market them as a high-end luxury condo Airbnb, especially for that area with the entertainment and tourism that we think this will support very well.
So I don't want to deny you an opportunity, and my request to the board members would be to offer a continuance because the property is not fully completed, and you come back because I heard you say we're looking forward to it being completed next month.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, could you consider that?
Yeah. Sure.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So,
Is-
or do you want to go next month or
When I
next
come
week?
back, is there any, I mean, if you guys are thinking about the potential of it not being an Airbnb, is that something that I need to address in the meantime?
I think it's something we need to. Yeah, I think we need to get with the planning committee on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to waste your time, but hopefully we'll have,
February 2nd.
yeah, come back a little later. What about the 2nd of February? And that way, in case your builders
We're
experience some difficulties completing it before the date that you anticipated being completed?
My company's the builders as well.
Well, if you and your company anticipate some difficulties,
Yeah.
then February, what date is that? 2nd, would that be okay for you?
Is there a January meeting?
It is a January
Yeah.
date, which is the 5th. However, according to what you're just saying, you're not even going to be ready to lease them out at that point, January the 5th.
No.
Okay, so February, what was that date again?
January 5th through 19th of February 2nd.
So we have a 19th of January date. Would that work better for you?
19th of January?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put you down for that date, okay?
Okay, so I'm a little confused as far as the direction I need to go, as far as, because we've gone through the whole process with the planning department of what this needs to be. I'm the architect on the project too, so we've been to the Board of Adjustments 3 or 4 times on this project and accommodated kind of where we need to land. So now I feel like we're getting a different
planning
direction.
department-
I just want to be clear that I take the right
Just
steps.
keep communicating with
The
staff.
planning
And
department
staff's going to
gets-
get with the planning commission and to make sure that this is the right place and application.
Okay. Should,
It's zoned residential.
yeah,
It should be.
okay.
And sir, if you have something tangible from the planning department that you could submit with, to go along with these applications, would you please do so? Because according to what's before us, the only thing from the planning department states on-site parking, nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through the Downtown Review Committee. We've gone through the Board of Variances to get a variance on this project, the Board of Adjustments, and that's gotten us to where we are today.
Okay, so you know what, sir? Because you do have 6 cases, there is some additional information in some of your other cases that's further down on the docket.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have to go through all of those individually, which I have looked at a lot of them. But again, the biggest kicker is that they're not completed yet. So therefore, if the January the 19th date will work, would you please?
Yeah, I was just trying to get ahead of the curve, but I jumped the gun.
We shall see you on January the 19th if we get a motion to do so, okay?
That'd be perfect.
So, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
May I have a motion for a continuance for January 19th, please?
Yes.
Now, is that?
Can we continue
Can we
all of
do
them?
all 6 of your cases at one time, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Can we do them all at one time?
If you mention the case numbers. Okay.
Okay, so we have to mention them each? Okay, sir.
Sorry.
So you guys are gonna have to make 6 separate motions.
Because you have to give the case numbers.
And the case numbers, yeah.
All right, so, all right, what's the correct terminology you want to use, postpone or?
Just a regular continuance.
A continuance, all right, sorry. All right, so motion to continue case number 15174 to the January 19th Board of Adjustment meeting. Do we need to call a case number on that?
Yes.
JJ, you have to call it?
No,
No, you-
because these
Just
are
make it-
continuous.
All right, motion to continue case number 15172 to the January 19th, 2023 meeting.
We didn't vote the other one, did we? Did we vote on
We-
the first one? On 15174?
That was the very first one we
We
made the
did
motion.
vote?
Yes.
We made the motion, but I didn't hear a vote.
Oh, we were just casting them when they popped
Okay,
up. and-
okay.
Do you want us to do a voice
No.
vote?
If it popped up on there, we're good.
Yes, it's been
Okay,
popping up.
that's good.
Ready for the next one?
Yes.
All right. Motion to continue case number 15173 to the January 19th, 2023 meeting. Next one will be motion to continue case number 15171 to the January 19th, 2023 meeting. And next one is motion to continue case number 15175 to the January 19th, 2023 meeting. And the last one is a motion to continue case number 15176 to January 19, 2023 meeting. My apologies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes,
See you next
sir.
month.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, item 40, case 15185, special exception of Reese Underwood for home sharing at 1117 Northwest 46th Street.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Reese Underwood. I'm here on behalf of 405 Capital, of which I am an owner/member manager. I live at 3432 Red Rock Road, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73120. I am here applying for a special exception for 1117 Northwest 46th Street. This entity owns 5 other long-term rentals, and we've had 0 issues or complaints over the last 5 years. Well, since we own the property, we've had 0 issues. We have given notice to one neighbor and alleviated any of her concerns. We've attempted to reach out to the other neighbor to the west, but she's rarely there. I think she's allegedly staying with her boyfriend the majority of the time. And yeah, that's it.
Could you tell us a little about the property?
Oh, sorry. So it's 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, a king, the king and 2 queens, a large sectional that maybe someone could sleep on if they had to. The reason we put 8 is we were thinking more of like the pack and plays. Like, you know, if there's 3 couples and then 2 young kids, they could sleep in a crib or a pack and play or whatnot. I realize that can be some of an issue with y'all. We're happy to reduce that to 6 people if that would make y'all feel more comfortable. It's not a huge ordeal for us. We have pretty strict rules and regulations. We have quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. There's plenty of off-street parking. That's a rather long driveway. You could probably easily get 3 cars in there if you had to. Yeah.
So the person who opposed, is it different than the person who is currently here?
No, it's me, and I have different reasons. So, Cassidy Smith Tolliver, 1216 Northwest 42nd. I know you don't normally take this, but this is as of like this afternoon.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. So, Reese, thank you so much for talking to our neighbors. Unfortunately, we have like an entire association, not just 2 neighbors, and a lot of people, as I said earlier, have a lot of concerns.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, when you've got like 16 plus in your neighborhood. Okay. I'm here today to respectfully ask you that you actually deny this one for 405. As a neighborhood, Helm Farm takes pride in being a friendly and enjoyable place to live and build community. And originally when short-term rentals came in, we thought, you know, okay, 1, 2, not a big deal. Then the permitting issue began, and it's just gotten out of control. Unfortunately, we personally, as a neighborhood, feel that things have changed and that we've surpassed the point of saturation and density for short-term rentals in our neighborhood. I know the Board of Adjustment in the past has received a map showing where each permitted unit currently is, and I have not seen that today, so I don't know if you have it. But that map does not show the full picture. If this is approved, we will have more than 16 short-term rentals in our neighborhood. That has begun to change the feel of our community as residents cannot build relationships with those around them, and it feels like we're becoming a vacation rental community. I've provided you with that map that I made. Each week I go on, I check short-term rental sites to see if there are any new listings or listings that have disappeared. The map in front of you is from this morning, and you will see that many of them are unlicensed and some of them are grandfathered in or have an unknown status. I get emails constantly from zoning and Action Center. I understand you typically cannot take these into account, and we've been hard at work with the Action Center to resolve these issues, and trust me, it is hard work. But the wheels of bureaucracy on this one it's slow, and I've been told it can take months for these cases to be resolved or fined. Unlicensed rentals in our neighborhood currently include a super host with 70 properties in the city, with 4 alone in our neighborhood, and 405s, which has already started taking and hosting this month, or last month before they were licensed or possibly licensed. Neighbors routinely express their worries that our neighborhood has become one which is seen as a, quote, prime location for a way to make a profit through Airbnb or the building of McMansions. Many of you, well, not many of you, Kitty, when you were on the board earlier this year, you might remember, as I mentioned earlier, when another investor wanted to place the 4 short-term rentals on one block. And we understand it's great, we're close to the interstate. We understand that, you know, we're a place where people can rest and, you know, it's vibrant and there's shops, but it's starting to price regular residents out, and there's actually not a lot of parking on that street because there's no parking on one side because it is actually the old Horseman School building. So there's not this flux of parking that has been mentioned. And with this in mind, I would ask y'all really to respectfully decline this one because we're getting to be a little overburdened. I'm sorry, we are. It's getting rough to have this many Airbnbs.
So, Mr. Underwood, would you like to address her concern?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And again, I feel your frustration. There's nothing we as a board can do.
Chair Ashbury, there absolutely is. You turned down 3 in February.
But I'm sure there were circumstantial
Because our
reasons why we
neighborhood
did.
was too dense.
Well, according to the piece of paper you just gave us, some of these listed are,
Again, and I know they're unlicensed, but the
thank
thing
you,
is,
and we don't
they're-
have control of that.
but they're not being addressed. And I understand that you can't make new rules, but something has to be done for neighborhoods like mine and the Plaza and the Passaic. And Don is nodding his head because it has gotten to the point where we don't know our neighbors. People are being priced out. People are literally coming in and buying brand new builds to turn into Airbnbs from California, from Tulsa, from New York. There's not a sense of community. You can't have a community and you can't have a neighborhood if your entire neighborhood is just being turned into Airbnbs. And I understand that you say you cannot do that. You cannot change the guidelines. But I know that for the last 2 years, things have been turned down because of density concerns. And this area is getting, quite frankly, very dense.
And I truly understand. So my question to you is, have you gone to the city council?
I have a weekly call at least once a week with Boyd Fulton. I talk to Councilman Cooper at least once a week about this. They hear these concerns. They tell me, report them. We're reporting them. Nothing's done. So we come, we ask respectfully, please don't put another one in, because for every one that is trying to be licensed, 3 that are not licensed pop up. And it is getting out of control.
And you do understand that the city council members are the ones that set these regulations and rules for us.
And I understand that, and there's been a lot of talk and concern about that, but you as a board have the say on whether an Airbnb now can be licensed or not, and we're asking just for like the bare minimum of like looking at the density, because that has been something that has been done in the past, and now quite frankly we feel like it's not. And I understand that planning and Jeff Butler, I understand all of them are concerned, and they're looking with Plano KC on how to change it and how to make it better. But we're running out of time, quite frankly, in my neighborhood. And at what point will it finally be enough? Is it when there's 2 Airbnbs on every block in a 22-block radius?
I don't know when that time will come, but I do know this. We're trying to do due diligence and do our jobs that we were appointed to do.
And I respect that.
Therefore, do you have anything else that you would like to add?
Again, I respect that, but Commissioner Asbury, I watched you vote down 3 in February on 1 block in my neighborhood. There's this talk about doing due diligence and guidelines and requirements. There are requirements in there about density. I have seen them. We're just asking for just a little breathing room, just a little.
And again,
400
I
houses.
truly feel what you're saying. In the past, if someone came and there were 2 or 3 that were right next door to each other the same day before us, yeah, we probably did do that. But today, this is one, and I don't see one that's next door to it that's asking for a request. So therefore, we can only do what we're asked to do at the time that it's presented to us.
And I will respectfully disagree with you.
That's fine. So at this time, is there anything else that you would like to say?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
I do have one concern about the number of vehicles. It's a 3-bedroom, but you're asking for 4 vehicles.
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
What's that?
What was?
Oh, okay, sorry. I have a concern about the number of vehicles. You're asking for maximum of 4 vehicles when there's only 3 rooms.
We
It
will
says
gladly.
no more than 4
We will
cars in a
gladly
driveway.
reduce that. I mean,
Apologize, my microphone fell. Knowing that it's a single driveway, I mean, I don't know if 2 is appropriate or 3 is appropriate. I don't know the neighborhood, so
it's a
can you
pretty long
opine as
driveway,
to?
but it's 3 bedrooms, so in theory, 3 different couples or cars could be there, and I think they would fit reasonably there.
Is there a no parking on the street requirement?
On the other side, next to the elementary school, you're not allowed to park there. And that's actually in our kind of guidebook and whatnot, so.
You said the restriction for no parking on the street is in there?
It may not be in this, sorry.
It shows so under
yeah, I'm sorry.
favorable conditions. He has it listed there, on-site parking.
Okay. it's provided, I would like to make that at least a requirement, knowing how, in looking at these, the way that they're laid out, I think it would help congestion along that road.
Absolutely.
Before moving forward, Mr. Underwood, you did say you would be willing to reduce your accommodated number to 6?
If that's what y'all would prefer, I mean, we would like to have people have the option if they do have young kids, bring them, but
Well,
I understand.
I'm asking you because you do have a neighbor
Mhm.
with some really good concerns. And of course, we know the more people, the more traffic and everything else, that some of the complaints of Airbnb renters.
Absolutely.
So if we can reduce that number,
We're more than happy to reduce it to 6, or
Okay, let's
whatever
take a
y'all
look
feel
at that.
comfortable with.
thank you, sir.
Of course. Thank you.
Anything else, gentlemen?
I do not. Don?
Mr. Noble, you okay? So I would like to entertain motion, please.
Okay, motion to approve case number 15185 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations with the amendment of that there shall only be a maximum of 6 people, maximum of 3 vehicles, and no on-street parking for a period of 1 year.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
41, case 15184, special exception of Cherie Madison to allow home sharing at 8532 Southeast West 43rd Street.
Hello, my name is Sherry Madison. This is case number 15184. I live at 7206 East Covell Road in Edmond. Looking for a special exception for 8532 Southwest 43rd. It is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage corner lot. And I'm a real estate broker. I currently manage over 500,000 square feet of commercial property. I also have long-term rentals as well. And my office is centrally located right here on Classen, and I would like to have an exception for a home sharing license.
So, Ms. Madison, there is opposition on this one, but again, while reviewing the docket, I saw that you have another case, which is located at 8528 Southwest 43rd.
Which is currently directly right next door. Both of them are pictured.
Yes, I know. So that's why I'm saying I noticed that you have 2 cases that
Yes.
are coming, but it's a little bit further down the line.
Correct.
Are those the only 2?
Those are the only 2 Airbnbs that I'm looking to acquire right now.
Okay, thank you.
We started the process to gain Airbnbs for short-term rentals because I am a real estate broker and I help people transition into the state for acquisitions of properties. And so most of them will be here or are currently coming over 30 days. So.
So were you aware of the opposition?
I have not heard of any oppositions.
It was an email.
I haven't received any emails. I haven't seen this.
Yeah, and a lot of times they'll just email directly to the Board of Adjustment without saying something to someone else. But we have to bring that up to your awareness.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I have one direct neighbor, which is to the west of the 8528, and she is been great to discuss things with. She said that she's never had any issues. We have quiet time starting at 10 until 8 a.m. Some of the people that are coming in looking for houses are either veterans, FAA, Hobby Lobby executives, stuff like that, or they're currently building a home. I had one guest stay in 8528 for about 4.5 months as he was building a pretty sizable home in North Piedmont.
Thank you. So you're saying there's 3 bedrooms, however, you're,
One of the bedrooms has 2 queen beds.
okay.
So
Thank you.
it's a fairly large, long room, so.
So so you're not counting any guests like in the living room or anything like that?
No, sir. And we're strictly no parties, no smoking, no vaping of any products. We do have exterior security cameras on the garage and the front door to enforce these rules. I personally go and take all the trash cans in and out of the property as well to make sure that nothing is residing by the street overnight. We have absolutely no street parking as well.
So if you've got a room with 2 queen beds, how large is the property? How many square feet?
That particular property, I think, is 1,637 square feet. It's a very open floor plan.
Mr. Noble, you have anything?
No, in the application or in your list of items, there wasn't any quiet time listed, but you're willing to include that?
Yeah, it is. It's posted inside the property and will be posted on the Airbnb site as well.
So, Mr. Noble, are you asking that that be part of the request
Yes.
listed? What are those hours?
Pardon me?
What are those hours that you,
10 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Okay.
is what I have posted.
okay, thank you. Any other concerns? Is there anyone that would like to speak on the application? Seeing that there are none, may I please entertain a motion?
Yeah. A motion to approve case number 15184 for the purposes that it meets statutory requirement for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations, with the only modification that specifically stated that quiet time shall be between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. for a period of 1 year.
It's approved, thank you.
Item 42 is case 15178, special exception of Billy Hamilton to home sharing at 917 Northwest 48th Street.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Billy Hamilton, and I reside at 16629 Windthorst Way in Justin, Texas, 76247. I am here to request a special exemption for the house located at 917 Northwest 48th Street here in Oklahoma City, 73118. This is case number 15178. Okay. So the reason I'm requesting this exemption is this house actually belonged to my father. He passed away on September 7th. He left me this home in his will. It's a beautiful historic home built in 1908. It's a beautiful stone cabin. And honestly, I have received already several offers from people to purchase the property and demolished it and build something bigger, and honestly, I would like to preserve this property. However, because I do reside in Fort Worth, That's why I'm looking to do this as a short-term rental, so that way I can help pay the mortgage and preserve this property. My wife, Betty, and I actually are looking at retiring here after my youngest son completes high school and college about 6 years from now. So this property, it is a two-bedroom. It has furnished loft with a sofa bed, has a living room, dining room, bathroom. We have self-imposed rules of conduct for the guest of minimum age of 25 to rent, a quiet time clause between the hours of 10 p.m. and 10 a.m., and other restrictions to discourage parties. And I understand that Airbnb just changed their rental policies to also discourage parties as well. There is a driveway that can accommodate 3 vehicles, but to be honest, we've had 3 vehicles there before, and there is room for a 4th, and that's not even including the garage. The driveway is the entire length of the property from front to back. We do have remote cameras. There's a doorbell camera. There is a camera that has an entire view of the driveway and a camera that has a view of the backyard. And at this time, I would entertain any questions you have about the property.
I think my biggest question, you said your father passed away in September. Your father passed away this September?
Yes.
Have you obtained legal title to the home?
Yes, I have, actually. We had his probate has already been set. I've been appointed as executor and sole inheritor of the property and given permission to, actually, I've talked to my attorney about this and asked him if this was something that could be done, and he said that, yes, while the probate is still ongoing as executor, we can generate income in the name of the estate while we wait for the probate to complete.
Okay. And the will has been found to be valid by the court?
Yes.
Okay.
It has.
And you're the sole heir?
I am.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't have any.
Is there anyone to speak on the application present? Mrs. Seetha, you okay?
Your application says it can accommodate 3 vehicles. Are we good with putting that as a limit for Airbnbs, a 3-vehicle limit?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'd rather have extra parking space.
I think that's all I've got.
Okay. It's a pretty clean application. So I would like to entertain a motion, please.
Okay, motion to approve case number 15178 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and guidelines, with the only modification or clarification that it will be a 3-vehicle maximum for a period of 1 year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe in your travels.
Item 43, case 15188, special exception of Jim Green to allow home sharing at 2612 Northwest 49th Street.
Hello,
Hello?
I'm Jimmy Green. I live at 3108 Huntley Drive in Oklahoma City. I'm seeking special exception for case number 15188 at 2612 Northwest 49th in Oklahoma City. Can I go ahead and tell you guys about the house a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a corner house, and we have driveways on both the north and west side of the property. We have a 3-bedroom house. We're looking for 6 guests occupancy. We bought the house and we renovated it. Basically,
there's, I think it was a hoarder house or something like that, and we just brought it back to life. So along the process, or through this process, I also, this week actually, I reached out to every neighbor that we mailed and just touch base with everybody, because I know it's kind of a scary process if you don't understand the whole short-term side. So anyway, it has traditionally been a long-term, and I've let them know that, we're looking at, it was a furnished long-term, and we're looking at moving this to a short-term. And I just, if anybody wanted our information and so forth. So that's where we're at as of today.
So you said you did reach out to the neighbors?
Yes, ma'am. So on Monday, I door knocked. I think we have 30 on our list. And I think that there were some concerns or hesitancy by maybe a neighbor. I had my cousin and family stayed there over Thanksgiving break, and she said someone came by a couple times, and I believe it was, as a result of the letter and everything. So the neighbor that I think it may have been, I spoke with her husband. I don't know if she actually has concerns or not. So I spoke with her husband. He was amicable, and I actually wrote her a letter, and I dropped it off last night just so she has my phone number, because he didn't take it. So that's basically, everything I've done to prepare for this.
So we did receive 2 letters of oppositions. However,
Okay.
they're both from the same person, so therefore it's one in my eye, but it's
Yeah,
2.
I understand.
And hopefully it's the same neighbor that you spoke to and you got the issues resolved?
I can make an assumption of who it was, but considering...
Well, I can't tell you. If you tell me, I'll say
Lisa.
yes or no. Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I also didn't get to talk to her because they had a sign posted on the door, COVID house. We got COVID right now. This was this week. So I did talk to her through the door, social distancing, all that stuff. But, or I did not talk to her. I'm sorry, let me back up. I spoke with her husband, boyfriend, whoever it may be, but I had a suspicion because we have ring doorbells on both the east and, or the west and north side of the house. I had a suspicion it was her, so I really wanted to calm her fears about it, and I wrote her the letter yesterday, taped it to the door, put my phone number on there. I didn't receive a call or anything, so I have no idea if she received it even.
Okay. Well, your application is good. It's lists everything that we asked as far as requirements. My board members, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
Kitty, I just want to say that the applicant, Ms. Austin, that did send the protest, she sent another one today, and she wanted to come to the meeting, but she was unable to due to, she's battling COVID and was unable to send anyone on her behalf, but she wanted, this was sent, was sent at 12:06 p.m. today.
Oh.
And so her concerns are still valid. She's still opposing it.
Okay.
My only question is with regards to parking. You said parking's only allowed on one of the parking spots, the other 2 spots. So you're saying to park on the street then? Can you give me a little bit of the reasoning behind that?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. This is a weird
The
spot in
parking
room.
situation, you've got 3 driveways, but they can only park in one. Why is that?
No, I think that's a mistake on my end if that's the way I portrayed it. Essentially, we have parking on a double garage or drive on the west side of the property and a single on the north side. All are accessible to guests.
Anything else? Mr.
I do not have one. Nope, I don't have anything either. Nope.
All right, anybody in the audience that would like to address the application? Ms. White? Okay. Seeing that there are none, I would like to entertain a motion.
Yes, motion to approve case number 1518A for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year with the clarification that all 3 driveways are available for parking
Yes, sir.
for a
Thank you.
period of 1 year. I think I said that.
So, Mr. Green, you're up next.
Okay.
TJ,
That's
So,
fine. I
I'm
need to
sorry.
read it into the record.
say your number real quickly. I just wanted you to stand there.
Item 44, case 15179, application by the same applicant for home sharing at 2841 Cambridge Court.
Jimmy Green. I live at 3108 Huntley Drive in Oklahoma City. This is for special exception, case number 15179 for 2841 Cambridge Court. Similar situation. We bought the house and just brought it back to life. However, this house is only a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. Again, I reached out to all the neighbors this week. I door knocked them all. And there was several in this case that I was not able to get a hold of. But I did, however, I reached out to who I could. And I just left my phone number. But all the same rules apply as far as, quiet time, occupancy. We're seeking the same amount.
Can you fit 3 cars in the driveway, or is it 1 in the garage and then 2 behind it?
It would have to be 1 in the garage and 2 in the drive.
I think my only thing again on this one is it's a little bit confusing to me as to your rules that says parking is only allowed in 1 of the 2 driveway spots. Just kind of clarifying that please park in the driveway spots and so that you can accommodate that driveway parking. That's the only thing that kind of confuses me in just reading it.
So as far as essentially we need to reduce it down to 2 or utilize the garage space.
Yeah, if possible. I mean,
Yeah.
You've got a little, this property does not look like it's as narrow as some of the ones that we've looked at. So I think, parking on the street, I'm not as concerned on that. I'm not sure if the other board members are or not, but.
On this street, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't see any concern with that.
Yeah, so Mr. Green, just to
Yes.
be concise, if
Please.
you were just to put, under item D, parking, if you were just to put no more than 3 cars are allowed on site, period.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
So,
And
ahead.
just to bring it to the board's attention, across the street is a commercial space where there's actually no entrance on that side. So there's no residential on the south side of the street. So it's totally open, if you will. So, yeah.
I've got nothing else.
Nothing else? You okay? Is anybody that would like to speak on this application? Seeing that there isn't, may I please have a motion?
Motion to approve case number 15179 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations, and subject to just clarifying Part D on the parking, just to show that it's no more than 3 cars allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too, thank you.
Item 45, case 15181, special exception of Allison Christian to allow home sharing at 515 Northwest 31st.
Good evening, Board. My name is Caitlin King. I'm counsel with McAfee Taft. Their address is 211 North Robinson Avenue, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73102. I'm here today on case 5181 for my client Christian Stations LLC for its 1-year special exception application for the property located at 515 Northwest 31st OKC, Oklahoma, 73118. It is a duplex. My client owns both sides of the property. The side that we are not discussing here today or at issue is vacant, but the intent of the client is to make that a long-term tenant. The property side we are discussing today is a 2-bedroom. The property will be managed by Allison Christian. She is a local resident. Her address is 2409 Northwest 48th Street. And in the sense of brevity, I will end it there and just go ahead and answer any questions that you have.
I don't have any. Board members, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
My only thing, just looking at the layout of the property itself, is have you considered maybe just saying no more than 2 vehicles?
I believe that's agreeable.
Otherwise, I do not have any other questions.
I think with the maximum number of guests that's going to be accommodated at the house, it shouldn't be more than 2 vehicles there. If your maximum number of guests is 4, it shouldn't be 6 vehicles in that driveway.
Are you saying there should?
not.
No,
Yeah,
no,
so we don't
absolutely.
have to designate that as part
Okay,
of the rules.
all right. I'll strike that.
You're okay. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the application? No? So may we please have a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve case number 15181 for the purpose of statutory requirement for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, item 46, 15183, special exception of Sherry Madison to allow home sharing at 8528 Southwest 43rd.
Hello, it's Sherry Madison again for case 15183 for special exception at 8528 Southwest 43rd. I live at 7206 East Covell Road in Edmond, Oklahoma. I have a 4-bedroom, 2 full bath, large dining, living, 2-car garage home that I'd like to get a special exception for. Same rules apply for the other one. Quiet time is at 10 to 8 a.m.
So, were you aware of the opposition on this one? By email?
It's the same one.
Oh, same one? Same person?
Yeah, that's the email she's provided me.
Okay.
Had both cases listed.
Okay, okay.
No, I was not aware until 15 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. They just know it's the same you, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
4 rooms is 4 separate bedrooms.
4 bedrooms. All three of the bedrooms have queen beds and then 1 set of bunk beds.
I think this one is just as good as the other one, as far as everything there. Board members, you have any?
I have no
Thing to say.
questions.
Is there anyone that'd like to say something in the audience? Seeing that there isn't, may I please have a motion?
Motion to approve case number 15183 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year with the, just the clarification that quiet time is from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Thank you.
You have a good one.
Happy holidays.
I'm saying you, thank you.
And item 47, 15182, special exception, Chris Nunnery to allow home sharing at 11337 North May, Unit A.
Yes, I'm Almost last.
Quiet.
You've been a trooper.
My home address is 14509 Woodbriar Drive. The subject address is, as mentioned, 11337 North May Unit. This is a one-bedroom, one-bath unit. I've owned it for probably 15 or 16 years, and it's been a rental property for that whole time. I'm now wanting to convert it over to a home sharing. The last time I tried to rent it, I'm getting a lot of feedback from, Loves is building that female women's center out at Mercy. And I'm getting a lot of contacts of people calling wanting to do these short-term rents, like can I do 10 days, can I do 15 days? And I've never done it. I've never done a home sharing on this property. It's always been a rental property. So I'm just asking for the variance to convert it over to that. It does have covered parking. I actually have 2 parking spaces for that unit that are covered parking. So, and there's really no way for anybody to park out on the street. The street's just too far away from the complex. So even if somebody had a third vehicle with a visitor, they still have a parking off the street. So.
Just trying to be mindful of the other property owners in that area, because there are shared walls. Would you entertain some sort of quiet time restrictions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Would you be willing to entertain some sort of quiet time? Because you are sharing walls with other people, with other owners. If you had quiet time after like 10 p.m. or 9 p.m.
I can't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
He's asking if you would entertain quiet time hours since you share walls with other.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. That complex does anyway. They have kind of a 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. thing over there anyway. So I've never had any issues with my tenants, but there have been some over there that they've had to remind them that, at 10 p.m. everything just kind of goes quiet over there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've lost about 70% of my hearing, so.
No, you're good. I don't have anything else.
I have nothing.
No? And I'm sure no one is here to speak on it, so may I entertain a motion, please?
Okay. Motion to approve case number 15182 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations for a period of 1 year, with the only addition being that quiet time shall be from 10 p.m. And did you say to 6 a.m.? All right.
Oh, it passed. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I do want to take a second, though, to appreciate what you guys do, because I know Ms. Lakin, to be able to take the time to send me emails on the things that I messed up, like not signing an application, and for somebody that's never done it, it's kind of trying to learn through it and stumble through it. I do have to tell you that your process is very respectful of people like me that don't know what they're doing, so thank you very much.
We appreciate that. Thank you. That was very nice.
Okay, last but not least, item 48, case 15180, special exception of Becky Pitt to allow home sharing at 2561 Northwest 20th Street.
My name's Becky Pitt. My home address is 2621 Loblolly Lane in Edmond. My husband and I purchased this property about a year ago, and we have been remodeling it. It's about 100 years old for the last year. There's actually parking to the north. Whoever owned it before put in, you can kind of see on the edge right there, 2 more parking spots. But I think there's plenty of parking for both units. This side in particular we're discussing, it has a bedroom downstairs, it has a queen upstairs. It's a large open room, and it has a twin and a queen also.
So, Ms. Pitt, you said this is a duplex?
Yes.
And are you asking for a special exception for both sides of the
I
one
am.
unit?
Yes.
Can we do that, or is that a separate thing? Can we do it all at one together?
I think there's
She's
two
got two
items.
applications.
Well, on her application here, and I had a question about that. See, it says A and B, and then she has another one.
Yeah, initially the first person I spoke
We made her
to,
split them up, so.
Oh, okay.
the first person I spoke to said, because it's listed as 2561, but I own both sides, they said just do A and B. Then they called me back a couple weeks and said, that's not gonna work, you need to do another one. So that one's just not updated.
Thank you very much for clarifying that for me, because I didn't know. Guys, do you have any questions?
Looking on here. So are we looking for the first application, is it for Unit A then? Okay.
Yes.
All right, and so we're looking at 6 rooms and 5 guests. So does that mean, does Unit A only have 3 rooms, or is
It
it
has 6 rooms,
It
but it
should-
has 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So the 2 in each of those, and then just like a pull-out couch, something?
No, because the upstairs is really large. I have a queen.
Okay, all right. I do not have any questions.
No questions? You okay? So I would like to entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve case number 15180 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirements for a special exception for a period of 1 year and subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations.
All right.
Okay, and 49, 15189, special exception of the same applicant for home sharing at 2559 Northwest 20th.
My name's Becky Pitt. My address is 2621 Loblolly Lane in Edmond, Oklahoma. This unit is basically the same layout. The upstairs is a little different. I was able to fit one more, a twin with a pull-out trundle. So that's why there's one extra guest it could accommodate.
But all 6 guests will be in a standard bed then? Is that correct?
There, on the other side, it's a downstairs is one room with a queen, and then upstairs it's a queen and a twin with a trundle.
Gotcha. I don't have any questions on this
Mr.
one.
Noble, you okay? Any questions?
What's the parking situation on this side?
So this is a detached garage, and I guess originally it was intended one person got one side and one got the other. My intent is to have one unit park in those 2 extra spaces I was telling you about. I think it would be too confusing to try to navigate both sides if they're in it at the same time, trying to, figure out who parks where. Even though I did have a drone photographer take pictures so that I can draw arrows and everything when I do list it, so they know exactly where to park.
Any other questions? Nope. I would like to entertain a motion, please.
Okay, motion to approve case number 15189 for the purposes that it meets the statutory requirement for a special exception for a period of 1 year, subject to the self-imposed rules and regulations.
She's like, I know it's gonna get approved. So I'm just leaving.
I'm going home.
620.
I think it's a, oh, Rita, here, I didn't give you these two back. I gotta say this last stuff too, right? I think my paper's under that last thing, my note. It's the last sheet on that paper. No? What did I do? I'm crazy, girl. I'll put the notes, here they are, okay. Okay, after the last case announced. Oh, there doesn't seem to be any additional items for consideration by the board today, right? Okay. Are there any communications and reports from board committees, board members, or the municipal counselor? No. None, thank you. Are there any citizens to be heard? If so, please speak now, forever hold your peace. None. Is there any other business? Seeing that there is none, meeting is adjourned. This was long. Oh.
Oh, my word.